Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for September 29, 2020. This meeting, as all meetings during the health emergency, is being held remotely. We're using the Zoom platform, and this meeting is being recorded. A quorum of the Select Board is participating from their respective remote locations. Let me start off with updates and announcements. We are starting this meeting early today because I believe that many residents who are at the meeting want to tune in to the presidential debate from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland this evening, starting at 9 p.m. It's a very important debate. It has potential existential significance for our country and our globe. So let's move quickly through our packed agenda. First, I want to make an announcement regarding the chokehold ban. In your packet is my proposed chokehold ban as an amendment of the use of force policy of Brookline Police Department. This proposed amendment is a recommendation, will be a recommendation of the Select Board's Committee on Policing Reform to the Select Board. We're asking the Select Board to vote the proposed amendment pursuant to the Policies and Procedures Manual and provisions that were voted by the Select Board in 2017. After the Policing Reform Committee discussed and voted favorable action, I sought comments of the Chief of Police and Town Council. Chief Morgan suggested a minor edit that was sent to the Select Board this afternoon. I have no problem with Chief Morgan's edit. It's not substantive, but it does make the ban read a little better. I propose putting this chokehold ban on a future agenda for discussion and public hearing, and if there are no major objections or changes, a vote of the Select Board. We can then prepare the amendment in proper form and submit it to the Brookline Police Department to incorporate into the Policies and Procedures Manual. As chair of the Committee on Policing Reform, we are anticipating bringing additional recommendations to the Select Board in the near future. We will also use our deliberations to identify things that we can suggest to this police department or other town departments for their action administratively. So, I'm going to also announce a public hearing and listening session for Wednesday, September 30th, that's tomorrow, when the Select Board Committee on Policing Reform and the Task Force to Reimagine Policing will hold a joint public hearing and listening session for residents and others to present their ideas, criticisms, suggestions, or other comments for consideration by the two committees. So I know that Mr. Fernandez has something that he would like to bring to the attention of the board, but first like to get other Select Board members to give any announcements or updates, particularly Ms. Heller. I understand that there's some very good news regarding the census that will have a significant impact on our ability to actually do an accurate and full census. So yes, I want to start with you.
Yes, the fact that the deadline was moved up to September 30th from its original October 31st was challenged in court, and a federal judge has ruled that the census must stay open until the end of October, till the original date. In the meantime, it appears, and everything is moving so fast, I can't give you a completely definitive answer here, but it appears that the Census Bureau itself has, I guess you would use the word capitulated to the pressure from the Trump administration. That's my take on it. Totally my take. No one from the census said that to me, but they are intending to end it on October 5th, which is a week from the date that originally they were saying. So the 5th is actually on Monday next week. However, There are still court challenges, and people are going back to the original judge to ask him to not sanction the 5th, but to force the Census Bureau to continue going till the 31st. So we don't know the outcome of that, but I think if you haven't done your census, it's a good time to get it done because you still have a little time. And I will be talking with Ray Bennett about some additional sites next week for the Mobile Assistance Questionnaire Unit, which has been fairly successful. And this week they went to several different places, including Lawrence School on Saturday morning, and the 3 food pantries, which they've gone to quite a lot, and the farmers market, and also Trader Joe's and some other spots in towns where there seemed to be high pedestrian traffic. So that's basically the situation. It's still up in the air.
Thank you. Very important. Anyone else?
Just a quick announcement on my part. So I belong to the Rotary in Brookline, and they have been busy planning for an event on October 7th at 7:30 that will be aired on Brookline Interactive. They're calling it COVID-19, The Real Science. They have quite an esteemed panel of experts that have ties to Brookline and the surrounding area to talk about what we know, what we can learn from polio, which was one of the driving forces of Rotary International back in the day. So I'm very pleased to be part of this planning committee, and I look forward to that event. I hope other people will tune in.
I'm sorry, Heather, what time did you say that was?
7:30 on, I think it's Wednesday, October 7th.
Okay, great.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Just wanted to note that Mr. Green and I had the pleasure of, on Friday, paying tribute to Patrick Dober as he moves on from his position leading the Brookline Housing Authority. It was an amazing tribute. There were so many people there, including residents, staff, and universally really lauded his efforts. I think it's a reminder for us all that there's important work being done through the Brookline Housing Authority, and for anyone who cares about affordability, in particular housing affordability, I encourage you to follow their work. They have a board as well that meets and to engage in their work and to see how it is that you can support the great work that they do.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, before we go to public comments, Mr. Fernandez would like to have the, not floor, but I guess have the screen.
Thank you. I do want to discuss one final time, I hope, this matter that the board and members of the community have been sort of considering and commenting on and for the past couple weeks. Just before I begin, I want to make sure for anyone that's looking at the agenda to make sure that they're clear that this item was placed as a question as to whether or not Mr. Green should be removed as chair of the Committee on Policing Reform and nothing else. It was never a referendum on whether he should resign from the select board or a vote on disbanding the committee. So let me be clear once again that I have not at any point called for or encouraged anyone to call for Mr. Green's resignation from the select board or the disbanding of the Committee on Policing Reforms, and I won't be doing that tonight. I understand that members of the public may not follow all of our work closely, but I do hope a greater effort will be made to judge us on what we actually say and do, and not what they may have heard online or through the grapevine. Our meetings are live streamed and recorded, and folks should hold us accountable for what they see and hear when they watch us work. One myth in particular I'd like to dispel is that this call for accountability came from only radical circles. No, as we saw last week, there are town meeting members, people young and old, white, black, and other people of color who were troubled enough by Mr. Green's actions to demand that this board hold him accountable. His own committee recently gave him a tepid vote of confidence with just 5 of the 11 members voting in favor, 1 opposed, and 5 choosing to abstain. I say that to say these concerns are real and the board should address them. There should be nothing controversial about that. I do also want to point out one important irony here, that this effort to discuss accountability for an admitted error by a select board member has been dismissed as cancel culture by some of the very same people who, with no evidence, claim that I was unfit to lead a task force, which I myself proposed and fought for more than a month to create. I encourage those who rise to the support of a board member in the name of racial justice, including those on the select board, to consider where they were when that was all happening. Regardless, and with all that considered, and while I still have principled, not personal or political, but principled concerns that actions like those that Mr. Green exhibited on the committee threaten to undermine its important work, I'm willing and ready to move on so that the ongoing distraction this has caused doesn't further get in the way of that work. The fact is, I haven't fought this long and marched and protested and written and organized so that I can be distracted from the important work that so many of us know is necessary. I've got work to do, and so does this board, so I suggest we get back to it.
Okay, so I take it that means you're withdrawing the item that was on the agenda.
Unless others would like to take a vote, but I'm suggesting that if others have something to say, they're welcome to. They can also not, and we can move on either way.
Okay, anyone have anything to say?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Fernandez. I think this is the best way to go forward for all of us. And thank you, Raul.
Okay, any other comments?
Just, we had a very painful conversation last week. I think some of us on the board want to see what happened with the reform committee. That action was taken. And now we all need to work together. And we do have a jam-packed agenda before us in the lead up to town meeting this fall. So let's get down to business.
And I agree with those sentiments. I expressed my views last week. I have not changed my mind on it. I would vote not to remove Bernard as chair of the Reform Committee. I think he has important contributions, as we see by the chokehold policy. So let's move forward.
I realize I already spoke, but excuse me, I just want to add a note to what I said, and that is to say thank you to Bernard Green. This has not been easy, and I hope those who heard reference to the actions of the committee in terms of the votes it took on going forward as a committee, his committee on police reform, fully understand that the committee in the end chose to go ahead with Bernard Green as chair, and I think with a substantial amount of confidence in him as chair. And I think in part, precisely for the manner in which he conducted the review of the unfortunate incident and withstood some pretty difficult minutes and hours of criticism and days. And I think we're all ready to go forward in interest of reaching good policy decisions from both the Committee on Reform and the Task Force on Reimagining.
Okay, well, let's see how we go forward with public comments. Devin, do we have anyone in the queue?
We actually have 3 people signed up for public comment. The first 2 people do not appear to be here yet. That was Janice Kahn and Rizal Pola and her husband, Joseph Pola. So I will take a minute to bring the third person up and see if they join us. That's going to be Marty Rosenthal.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Yes, I'm trying to unmute.
Well, you're unmuted now.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Raul, I very much appreciate your comments, and they alter drastically what I was planning to say, because I have been dismayed by especially the suggestion I think you made last week that the task force itself needed to refocus. That was the word you used at the Police Reform Committee, which, as you know, I'm on, and I'm also various things, chair of PACs, former select board member, but it was the language that really jumped out at me, that the committee needed to refocus. And I thought that was basically condoning or encouraging a lack of focus in the committee itself. And as you probably know, I think you know, the committee's been working hard, as has your task force. And I thought that was a big mistake. And I will take implicitly from what you're saying that that was not what you meant to suggest, a lack of confidence in the committee itself. And as you know, the committee overwhelmingly voted confidence in itself, which may sound amusing, and I see some people smiling, which I'm happy to see. And also the 5 people who abstained included Bernard and 4 others, at least 3 of whom made very strong comments saying that the flap about the incident had been exaggerated and suggesting no lack of confidence in Bernard. So I think that needs to be clarified. I take the vote as a strong vote of confidence in the committee itself. And I'm basically happy to hear your remarks, and I'll skip my 3-minute prepared remarks, which we're going in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, do we have other people available? Or the other people who have?
Okay, I am just taking a look here in the list. And it does not look like our 2 people who signed up
Okay, so
have joined us.
okay, let's go
but
on. Yeah.
Bernard,
Yep.
2 people have indicated in the Q&A that they'd like to speak.
Okay.
I'm first going.
Right. Okay. We'll hear from them, but I just want to say that if the 2 people who were not here want to submit written comments, of course, we always appreciate that, and they are distributed to the select board. But okay, go on. Who is it that wants to speak?
Bonnie Bastian has been promoted to a panelist. Bonnie, when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to come on. I was scribbling down some comments, so please forgive me if I stumble over this a little bit. I'm endlessly disturbed by everyone's willingness to come to Mr. Green's side to comfort him as if he was the one who was hurt by his own egregious comments. Mr. Green is human. We all make mistakes, and forgiving is something that we can all do, but this is not ours to forgive. This is not mine to forgive. This is not anyone here to forgive, except for the people who say that they have been hurt by these comments. And those are the people that are being ignored by everyone here that has the power to hold people accountable. And I just want to make sure that that is said. There are Black women that are hurt by this. There are Black men. All of these are your community, your constituents. Everyone here with white skin, everyone here that represents the white community, you are not the one hurt. People of color were hurt, and they spoke and they were squashed. So I just want to make sure that that is said. The people making these votes are not the ones that are hurt. The one forgiving are not the ones that were hurt. So that's all. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin, anyone else?
The last person signed up is Ryan Black. Ryan, your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin. Hello, Select Board. Good evening. Ryan Black, Precinct 6. I just want to start off by saying I recognize that some, but not all, of the folks pushing for measures like chokehold bans and body/dashboard cams are advocating for such reforms because they believe they will make policing as it currently exists better. I ask you to consider how we all, including Chair Green, I know he knows this, how chokehold bans can largely be symbolic and not followed. He admitted as such in a reforms committee meeting a few weeks ago. We also know body cams haven't stopped police brutality elsewhere, particularly when the technology is rolled out without airtight rules and when it's used to surveil already over police communities. And I said some, but not all before, because I know many of the folks involved in our town's ongoing discussions on police matters are smart enough to know how, again, how chokehold bans and body cams are insufficient. They don't fundamentally change anything about what we know is a racist and classist model of policing and public safety. So which tends to make me, and I'm sure others think, those two measures are such focal points, because that's what the people who don't want things changed, that's what they want to focus on. But anyway, to move on to other things, I want to underscore everything Bonnie just said about how these past few weeks, there's been a lot of concern and hand-wringing about how Bernard, or Chair Green, feels in this process, and not about the people he hurt with those remarks. I also want to echo support for Deborah Brown's candidacy for the Housing Advisory Board, which she will interview for later in this meeting. Anyway, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Anything else, Devin, or anyone else?
That's the conclusion of this public comment period.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the minutes. Question of approving minutes from September 22nd, 2020. Any, excuse me, my phone heard something that I said and responded to it. Very irritating thing. Anyway, okay, any corrections to the minutes of September 22nd? Hearing none, I move approval of the minutes of the select board from its meeting on September 22nd, 2020. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, question of approving a temporary wine and malt beverages sales license to Allium, I think that's how you pronounce it, market, to be held on Friday, October 2nd, 2020 for a cheese class from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m., 1330 Beacon Street. I believe all approvals have been received. Is there anything else we need to know about this?
Mr. Chair, this is Mel Kleckner. No, I don't think so, other than to say that 3C is also another one-day license for Allium for the same.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On Friday, yeah. October 16th. No, they were done separately, but
yeah.
I think for your purposes, you could probably take them together.
Yeah. Any questions from the board on the two temporary licenses that is before us, that are before us?
I'll just say, Allium is one of those great locally owned businesses that's been doing everything it can to try to be as creative as possible to continue under really difficult circumstances. So, definitely happy to approve this, and hopefully anyone, pick your favorite local small business and do what you can to support it. This is certainly one of mine.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments? And they have a great cheese selection, so that should be really. It's the type of thing that I would like to do to participate in. Not sure I can, but at any rate. So seeing no other questions, I move approval of the temporary wine and malt beverages sales license to Allium Market for, let's see, Friday, October 2nd, 2020 and Friday, October 16, 2020 for a cheese class. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Next, this is one of the things we like hearing. Question of the Country Club of Brookline presenting a community donation and discussion of community benefits for the U.S. Open Golf Championship in Brookline in June of 2022.
Mr. Chair, let me just say, I don't see one of the principals involved in the presentation here yet. So
you want to take this later?
Can we just take up another matter? I think 5 and 6 and even 7 could be done relatively quickly while we try to bring everybody on board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number 5, or item 5, question of approving the application for alternate manager Danelle Gravel for Netta at 160 Washington Street, Brookline. It looks like Ms. Gravel is here. Want to introduce yourself?
I don't see her.
Hold on, Bernard. I need to see if they're in the attendee list.
Okay. Oh, Danielle. I'm sorry. I misread the name. Well, we're not requiring them to appear, but yeah. Anyone have any questions or comments regarding this application for alternate manager? Everything seems to be in order to me, and all the boxes have been checked. So hearing nothing, I move approval of the application for alternate manager Danielle Gravel for Netta at 160 Washington Street, Brookline. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, food vendor license. Question of approving the application for a food vendor license for Vessel MA Operations LLC doing business as Reef Kitchens at 374 Boylston Street. Hours of operation of this business will be Sunday through Saturday, 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. And I understand this is just a kitchen that will be preparing food for, I think, delivery or takeout, and for some food trucks that will be operating in Boston. Is that, I think that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I see, let's see, Hillary Rosengard.
Hi, how are you?
Introduce yourself, please, and tell us a little bit about your business.
So my name's Hillary Rosengard, and I'm also here with Kelly Walsh. And we are a company that is a neighborhood kitchen, and we are planning on using food trailers. And the current owner of the space is a food truck commissary as well. So we feel that this space is perfect for what our needs are, since it's been great for him for the past 5 years.
Okay, let me get clear. So your part of the business will be preparing food for takeout and delivery?
We have food trailers, and it'll be a production kitchen to prep the food that will be cooked at the food trailers in Boston.
Okay. Any other questions from the select board?
We heard last week that we have a bit of a rat problem in Brookline. So what is your disposal management system to ensure
Sure.
that you don't contribute?
Of course. We have a dumpster service for both cardboard and trash. And right now it's being done weekly. And if we find that it needs to be more often, then we will definitely take care of it more often. And we also have a pest control company that comes monthly. And if they need to come more often, they too will have that more often as well. I'm not aware of an issue that's currently there with the current restaurants, but if we need to, we'll take any measures we need to.
That is a great answer. Thank you.
I guess I'm a little confused here. So tell me what a food trailer is. Is it the type of truck that goes to construction sites? Then
it's very similar to a food truck, but it stays permanently parked, and it attaches to power and has water available.
Okay, and you only operate those in Boston, so you're not subject to our licensing.
Correct. At this time, we do not have anything in Brookline, but if there's a possibility to do that at a later time and a perfect location works for everyone, then we'll happily look into it. But at this time, we're looking into Boston.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the application for a food vendor license for Vessel MA Operations LLC, doing business as Reef Kitchens at 374 Boylston Street. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Good luck. Thank you.
I
Thank
think
you
we're
so
ready,
much.
Mr. Chair, to now bring up the matter of the country club at Brookline. So everyone
Right.
is here. I appreciate your willingness to take things out of order to accommodate us.
Okay, so now the question of the Country Club of Brookline, presenting a community donation and discussion of community benefits for the U.S. Open Golf Championship in Brookline in June of 2022. So who's going to speak?
I'm going to start, Mr. Chair, and introduce some of our guests, and we'll try to get through this as quickly as I can, but it's a very significant donation, and we want to give it the time that it deserves. So it is my pleasure to facilitate the presentation of this item, which involves a charitable contribution by the Country Club of Brookline to the Brookline Safety Net Fund as a kickoff to the hosting the 2022 United States Golf Association's Open Championship in Brookline. And I will just remind everyone that the Country Club is a charter member of the United States Golf Association and has held 3 United States Open Championships over the last 100 years. And we're very pleased several years ago when the USGA identified Brookline as the host for the 2022 Open. And so tonight we will focus on the community benefits of a US Open in Brookline. But first I want to introduce the participants that are here this evening. First of all, Ken Goldstein is a former member of this board who was involved during the decision, the USGA's decision to come to Brookline, and who I've been working with ever since, sort of in an informal type of way, but I would really love to see Ken lead this community benefits initiative. And then from the Country Club, we have Glenn Johnson and Caitlin S., who are both club members as well as residents of Brookline, and David Shagg, who's the longtime general manager of the club. And I also want to introduce Lee Jackson, the town's recreation director. And I'm not sure if Justin's with us today, but Justin Lawson is our new golf pro or golf manager at the facility. And then finally, I want to, it's been my pleasure to introduce Ian Lang from the Brookline Center, and especially Giselle Farrell-Quigbo, who is the new director and CEO of the Brookline Community Foundation. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ken Goldstein.
Hi, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
So nice to see you all virtually. Before I say anything else, thank you. These have been trying times. I know how hard you guys work, and it's appreciated, and it should be stated and restated as often as possible. So as Mel says, ever since I ended my term on your board, I've been working on an informal basis, helping Mel plan with the Country Club and with the USGA for the 2022 US Open, which should be held at the Country Club. So that was 4.5 years ago, and now we're now 1.5 years away from the event itself. So it's time to get excited, and I am excited because this is not just going to be a chance for Brookline to be at the center of the sporting world for a week or so, which it will be. And it's not just going to be another chapter in the rich history of golf and the rich history of the Country Club and the rich history of the town of Brookline, but it's also time to get excited because of the significant help that hosting this event can be to nonprofits in the town, and a chance to maximize the good that can result from this event. We are sitting in the catbird seat here. The USGA needs us, and they want us to be involved in this process, and we want to be involved in this process, and we have the chance to do some good here too. So the Country Club's generous donation to the Community Foundation Safety Net Fund is just a taste of the charitable giving that surrounds these events. There is going to be a lot of opportunity to follow. We also will have an important opportunity to have a say in the policies of the event and the programs that surround the event. So for instance, I've been saying this for 4.5 years now, I would like to work to make this event the greenest and most inclusive US Open that has ever taken place. And we can talk about some ways that might happen. But they've heard that from us over and over again, and they're going to continue to hear it for the next 18 months as this comes to fruition. There's also an opportunity to create preferences for Brookline businesses, an opportunity to create employment opportunities for individuals in Brookline, and an opportunity to create fundraising events for nonprofits in Brookline as well. You know, not just direct charitable donations to events, but opportunities for them to run fundraisers of their own connected to the event. And Heather, think Rotary. You'll be pleased and maybe even a little surprised to know that our neighbors at the Country Club share my enthusiasm for this event and for the good that can come out of it. They've assembled a team of members and administrators who are anxious to partner with us and with the USGA and to put on an event that we can be proud of, both for its athletic competition and for the social good that can come out of it. So I hope to be involved in the future on this, but I'm, like I said, very excited that we're actually at a point where we're seeing the charitable donations and the social good start to evolve. And with that, David Shag, I think is supposed to speak next, right, Mel?
Good, thank you, Ken. My name's David Shag. I am the general manager at the Country Club. I've been there for 33 years as the general manager. I came in 1987. During that period of time as a club and an organization, we've really worked hard to keep our relationships and develop relationships with town employees and town administration. And I think we've done a lot through the years to be able to accomplish that. We've hosted a number of golf events, the 1988 US Open, the 1995 Women's Amateur. In 1999, we did the PGA Ryder Cup matches. And just a few years ago, 2013, we did the US Amateur. All those events were very successful for Brookline and for golf. It's televised worldwide, and we're really looking forward to 2022. One of the things I learned most of all in 1999 was we formed a community partnership committee with the town of Brookline. And it was something that in the beginning, when all of us started working together as citizens and management and members, it was trying to understand what our mission was and what we were going to do. And I think you could interview any one of those people from the Community Partnership Committee today and understand it was a very successful endeavor. We learned a lot in 1999 from it. We used that template in 2013 when we hosted the amateur and did things for town citizens, et cetera, which were great. And I think we will continue to do that when we look at 2022. So I'm excited about hosting it and look forward to participating at any level. And with that, I will turn it over to Caitlin S.
Great, thank you so much, David. And thank you to the select board for having us here this evening. As I said, my name is Caitlin S. I'm a Brookline resident. I'm a proud Baldwin and Heath School alum, and I've lived here for most of my life, except for about 10 years around college and early career. I've been an active Brookline resident. I'm a board member of the Brookline Education Foundation, a volunteer for Steps to Success, a board member of Brookline Youth Lacrosse, and I've been very active with the Runkle School PTO, so I feel strongly about community. I've also been a member at the Country Club for about 15 years and joined the board 2 years ago, where I focused most of my time on community relations and governance. And as a committed community member, I clearly feel very strongly about how TCC fits into the community, but I'm also really proud of the work that we do with and for the town of Brookline to benefit the community at large. I just wanted to share some of those initiatives that we've worked on. Many of you may know some of these, but for those who don't, I think it's important to hear about them. The Brookline Youth Fund was created in 1999 in partnership with the town with a $500,000 endowment through proceeds from the Ryder Cup that year. It now sits at assets of over $1 million and continues to support a range of programs that touch everything in the town, from schools to rec to steps to the parent-child home program, you name it. I think most community organizations have benefited in some way from it. We've also endowed the Brookline Community Foundation Scholarship Fund for BHS. That was a 5-year pledge of $100,000 in 2016. We host annual fire and police golf outings, as well as the annual town employee golf outing at the club. Always popular events. We also participate in job creation, specifically including internships through Steps to Success, as well as other programs in partnership with other organizations. And finally, the one I'd like to note is a support of sports programs, including the BHS golf teams, which we host for their seasons and championships, as well as BHS and many other local schools curling programs. So these are some of the ways that we try to give back to the community and support the great work that different organizations do here. I really look forward to continuing to support these and find more initiatives as we begin to lead up to the Open. I'd like to pass it over to Glenn Johnson now, my colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Good evening. My name is Glenn Johnson, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight with the Brookline Select Board. I've been a resident of Brookline for over 30 years and a member of the Country Club for 15. My introduction to the club came when my wife headed our neighborhood association's interaction with the Country Club prior to the Ryder Cup in 1999. At that time, I wasn't really tuned into the club, but she would come home from the Ryder Cup planning meetings, remarking on David Shagg's professionalism and how positive her discussions had been with everyone she dealt with at the Country Club. Through that experience, she made a number of friends that also lived in Brookline, and we ultimately became interested in joining the club. Ironically, I'm here tonight representing the Country Club as the vice chairman in charge of community relations for the US Open, which will be held June 10th through June 16th, of 2022. We very much look forward to working closely with the Select Board and the town of Brookline again as we host this world-class golf championship, which will showcase for the world the town of Brookline, the city of Boston, and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for a full week. As Caitlin S. and David Shagg just explained, the Country Club has been a strong partner with the town of Brookline for many, many years, and we don't expect that to change. And while our support of Brookline isn't generally publicized, the Country Club takes great pride in our partnership, and we're continuously working to develop new ideas and concepts and programs which will deliver our support to the community and, importantly, to those who need it most. Consistent with that theme, and on behalf of the Country Club, I'm very happy to announce that we're making our second donation this year to Brookline's Safety Net Fund, this time in the amount of $25,000. For this meeting's viewers, the Safety Net Fund is a meaningful and essential program in Brookline that provides temporary emergency assistance to members of our community in times of need, including the current pandemic. I have to admit that I didn't know much about this fund until a few years ago, despite living here for 3 decades, and I regret that. If you aren't familiar with the Safety Net Fund, I strongly encourage you to Google it, as well as the Brookline Community Foundation, which administers a host of essential programs here in town. With that, I'll conclude our presentation. We thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
What lovely words, and thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Giselle Farrow-Puigbo, and I'm the newly appointed Executive Director of the Brookline Community Foundation. I first want to start off saying it's truly an honor and a privilege to serve the Brookline community. And David, Kate, Glenn, on behalf of the Brookline Community Foundation and our Board of Trustees, thank you so much for this generous donation to the Safety Net Fund, and certainly for the ongoing support that you have provided for many, many years. Truly. I've had quite a few conversations in these early weeks, and I think we can all agree that this is an unbelievably sort of intense moment in time for so many, with worries about health, family, school, jobs, businesses, all of it. And I think that this is also a moment in time that community investments are made for. So this donation for me represents the kind of philanthropy that I deeply believe in, and so many of us deeply believe in. One, of course, that strengthens the safety net of our community, but certainly one that also builds partnership and builds community to support people who need it most. And so I thank you. And of course, in that spirit of partnership, I'll pass it to one of our key partners, Ian.
Hi, thank you so much, Giselle. And thank you all for your generous donation. these funds are really critically needed. Just since January, we've provided support, whether it be rental assistance or utility assistance, or help with food, to over 700 people in Brookline, and that number grows every day. These are people who, through no fault of their own, have come across hard times. The challenges of the pandemic have cut across racial and ethnic, economic situations, all sorts of situations, and really stretched and stressed families from across the Brookline community. And I think it's a real testament to the community that when we saw those needs, and I want to thank the select board, particularly select board members Fernandez, who has worked really closely with us throughout this process, as well as select board member Hamilton, for their leadership on this. When the town saw that there was this need, they reached out, they figured out a way to do it. And it's a real example of a partnership. It's a partnership between the town, the foundation, which I am thrilled to be working with, and with Giselle in her new role, and with the Brookline Community Mental Health Center, where we're not only able to provide much needed financial support to individuals and to their families through the Safety Net Fund, but we're also able to link those families to much needed social services, much needed mental health services, and really make these investments go even further. So thank you so much. Certainly an honor to be here, and certainly thrilled with the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll just wrap it up by saying, what a great way. We're going to be talking about the U.S. Open a lot, over the next several months, but what a great way to kick it off. And I want to say thank you also to the Country Club. This is above and beyond any deal that is going to be negotiated about community benefits. So this is very, very much, appreciated donation. So with that, happy to stop there. If any of the board members want to say anything or any questions, we're happy to answer them. It's up to you.
Well, I'd like to start off by saying thank you for this very generous donation. Also want to observe that, this is one of many donations and support to people in Brookline from private individuals and private organizations that often don't get reported on, people don't know about. So it's really particularly great that the Country Club is part of that process of providing support to the town in ways that don't always hit the evening news or the tab newspaper. Any other thoughts from the select board before we approve this donation?
I wanted to also say thank you. It brings a smile to my face to think about the year 2022 and looking forward to the day when all of us can be either as spectators or on television or in person, or in this case of some of the folks here today, participants in bringing this incredible event to Brookline in a time and a place where we don't have to be quite as burdened as we are today by the pandemic, knock on wood. But I also want to say what brings a smile to my face is that no one else mentioned this and left me the opportunity to recite some history, which I will do right now. Brookline has an incredible place in the history of golf in the United States, and in large part, thanks to a young man back in 1913 who grew up on Clyde Street, lived across from the 17th hole at the Country Club, and in 1913, against the two top players in the world, won the U.S. Open, British players, and it's a feat that is celebrated in the annals of golf. It's celebrated in the history of sport in the U.S. And it's even celebrated in a popular movie, or maybe not so popular movie. It really didn't do all that well, but it was called The Greatest Game Ever Played. And you had Shia LaBeouf playing Francis Ouimet. So if people want to learn about a really, really interesting bit of cultural history, social history, sport history, all of it rooted right here in Brookline, read up on Francis Ouimet, Ouimet, and the role that he played as a young lad from Brookline in the history of golf, not just in the US, but in the world. Putting golf on the world stage. I see a lot of nodding from the country club folks. Francis Ouimet's name is no stranger around the country club. It should be no stranger to all of us in Brookline, whether we are history buffs or not. And it's great to think that maybe some of that history is going to be retold again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Any other?
I'd like also to say thank you to the country club, because this is it's such an important time to be giving to the safety net, and we have such great need that I know that it will be very much valued and appreciated. And I second John's hope that we will be out of this pandemic in a year. But wouldn't make a bet on it, and I'm not holding my breath, but let's hope.
Okay, any other thoughts, comments from the select board?
I've got two, but they may be related to each other. I've heard about the last US Open that we hosted, and just want to make sure that we've learned from some of the lessons that I think happened during that time. So making sure that we have adequate parking, that green space is not used for that parking. We're taking great pains to preserve the open space and whatnot. I'm sure that all of this is going into the logistics, but this is Brookline, and everybody will want to know exactly where the cars are parked and how we're going to restore the natural green space back to its original condition or better.
Right. Okay. Any other comments?
Sure. I'll just say, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about golf, but thank you for your support. And what I do know a lot about is the Brookline Community Foundation and the Brookline Center and the amazing work that they do. And you all could not make, a better investment. Although I will say, Kate, I heard your very kind words about Steps to Success, which you've been involved in before. Another amazing organizations. I say all this to say there's some really good people doing a lot of great work, and they need all the support that they can get. And so thank you for helping to provide that support. The other thing I just want to note, and this will probably be the first of many times that this board says something like this, is that we recognize Mel, Lee, and any number of town staff are going to be putting in countless hours to help make this event happen. So thank you already for what you've done in advance for what you're going to do between now and June of 2022. I know it's going to be a big lift, and that we'll be here to support you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to accepting this generous donation. I move acceptance of the Country Club of Brookline's community donation to the Safety Net Fund as part of the US Open Golf Championship in Brookline to be held in June of 2022. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
And we look forward to the organizing and other activities leading up to the US Open 2 years from now. Or a year and a half from now, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess the next item on our agenda is reserve fund transfer. Mr. Kleckner, is this something you want to present?
I am going to turn it over to
Aaron?
Commissioner Aaron Galentine for this presentation.
Good evening, and Lee Jackson is with me here this evening as well. Just want to make sure.
Do not call you Commissioner Galentine, okay?
Getting used to that.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's been a busy but terrific first 2 weeks, so much appreciated, and also appreciate the time that each of you are giving me as we think about the future of Public Works. But on to our reserve fund transfer request. The Department of Public Works and the Recreation Department, at the request of a unanimous Park and Recreation Commission, respectfully request that the Select Board approve and transmit to the Advisory Committee for subsequent approval a request for reserve fund transfer in the amount of $205,000. This is the correction to the memo, for the installation, lease, and maintenance of a temporary refrigeration system at the Jack Corrine ice skating rink, and fund a study to develop recommendations and cost estimates to plan for an efficient, safe, and reliable refrigeration system and ice skating facility in Brookline. As outlined in our memo, the chiller had a total internal failure at the end of April 2020. And without a chiller, we cannot operate the seasonal outdoor rink. There are over 15,000 visits each year, and closure of the rink that has been in operation since 1958 would be a significant loss of a healthy, outdoor, active, recreational activity that serves all ages, levels, and types of skating. The Commission wanted us to emphasize that this is an appropriate and safe outdoor activity during COVID, and especially important that we support continuity of service. Understanding that a new refrigeration system is estimated to cost approximately $1 million, the Park and Rec Commission has convened an ice rink task force to review options for ice rink replacement to review. The study will include energy efficient replacement of the refrigeration system and facility upgrades, covered rink to increase value, season, quality, and condition, and also contemplation of an indoor ice rink. There have been numerous requests for over 40 years for an indoor rink. You can look back at town meeting discussions in the 70s and see it.
But the temporary ice rink, I don't plan for a profit temporarily, but I do believe that we long-term can create a operation that does provide us a profit.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel Kleckner. That's our hope. We would want to do that if at all possible, and I've asked Aaron and Lee that the task force should look at that, and they've told me that they already are planning on doing that.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions?
I had a question or two.
Yes, Spence, go ahead.
So I'm just a little bit in doubt and concerned about the timing of all of this, because we face this uncertainty about future waves of coronavirus. And we are familiar with the fact that a lot of contact sporting activity, and I know there's skating that is not necessarily contact, but there's also skating that is contact. And it's kind of one of those activities that is going to inevitably involve a certain amount of contact and close association of people to one another. So with the uncertainty of whether we'll be under public health restrictions facing us, and with the reality that a lot of other activities, even really healthful outdoor activities like ice skating, have been curtailed, how are we certain enough to make this investment? And the second question I have, if you don't mind, is why is it described as temporary? Because as a complete, novice to the whole business of how to do ice skating rinks, nonetheless, I think of the refrigeration system, as something that's going to be a permanent part of whatever facility is designed for that site. And so I'm a little puzzled why there would be a temporary one until such time as we've figured out the design of the facility in its entirety.
So Lee, why don't I take that and then I'll talk about, and then I'll pass it on.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the first part. Yes.
Okay. So just in terms of the refrigeration system itself, there are multiple options on different types of primary and secondary refrigerants, different systems and energy efficiencies. So actually studying what type of refrigeration replacement system that we would use will take time. Temporary is something that we're actually, this is a unit that's driven in, it's dropped, it's connected to our system for 3.5 months, and then it's disconnected and rolled away. So the intent here is to buy us time to develop a fiscally responsible plan. And there are folks on the task force and the commission that want us to look at, yes, a replacement in kind at the, with the current configuration and some life safety and compliance upgrades at the rink. There are others that want us to look at a covered rink and what that means in terms of minimizing lost days. Right now, Lars is obviously open to the weather, so we have a certain percentage of time that is lost, and the season is truncated with 3 months. So a covered rink would provide a greater opportunity for reclaiming costs and potentially year-round uses, which we really don't currently have for that facility. So we're looking at year-round uses and community benefit, and we have partners in the community that would like us to contemplate that, and possibly indoor as well. Again, looking at what those uses might be year-round, benefits to the community, and revenue generating opportunities. And really what we'd like is the facility to ultimately provide greater benefit to the community and come close to paying for its operation.
And I would just add to that, in the first part of your question, I would just like to say that, kind of restate that we have around 15,000 users of the facility. It was very clear in the task force meetings that for the community, this is extremely important in general, but with COVID, it's even more important. So as recreation, we really want to support the health and wellness, mental health and physical health of all of our community. And this is something we feel like that we can offer. There is, of course, a bit of risk because none of us can project exactly what will happen. But all of us feel strongly that we really need some option for recreation. And this is one that is more likely to be successful due to the fact that it is outside. And I'll tell you that the community felt very strongly and the commission a unanimous vote that we should absolutely pursue this particular recreational activity over perhaps another, so that we could get support for our community here in Brookline. So I just want to acknowledge that there is some risk because we don't know what might roll back, but right now the governor's guidelines suggest that we can offer this activity. And that there are practices and games that can happen. And as long as people minimize the contact for their sports, those may likely be approved as well. And this is outside. So again, more likely to take place than anything we want to do inside for recreation.
Let me ask another question. Yeah, I'm not an ice skater. It takes much more coordination than I have. I do love golf, but I'm not biased against skating rinks because it's not my thing. But you said 15,000 users. Is that users or uses? Okay,
Those are users.
Users?
Those are users. So they're not user days, but users.
Okay, and are those Brookline residents, or is that do people come from all over the region?
Yes, and I don't have the specific information in front of me to answer directly, but yes, they are Brookline users. I have a spreadsheet that breaks it down, but yes, I feel very comfortable saying they are Brookline users. And that's why it's so important to this community. And they've shown us through the task force and through the commission, that this is something that's very important to Brookline. And we have a long history. People grew up at the rink, they grew up on the ice. And we want to continue to offer that because we do believe it's one of the most successful things that we can do for the health and wellness of our community this year, especially due to COVID.
I don't want to be difficult, but 15,000 users is a quarter of the population of Brookline. So I'd appreciate if we could really drill down on that number and make sure that that's an accurate number as we think of potential expenditure of funds for the rink in the future.
Okay.
That's not saying that I don't think this is a good use. It's just I think we need to have good, accurate background data. Ms. Heller, did you want to say
Yes, I
something?
want to ask a question. I think, Lee, I think you said there were 15,000 visits to the rink every year. Is that correct?
It's in the memo. Let me reference the memo. 15,000 skating visits per season, including public and recreational skating. So I'll be more than happy, Chairman Green, I'll be more than happy to send the select board the breakdown of participation so you can see it more closely if you'd like. I just don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, okay, I think that clarifies things. I mean, it's not users, it's uses. So it'd be interesting to know what the number of users are.
You got it.
I'll get it to you. That's a little harder just because there are teams that would go they're collecting numbers, but they're not collecting individual names.
Yeah.
So really they can collect number of visits, but it is more challenging, and there isn't a system currently in place sort of individualize that. And you certainly could be an estimate, but there's no way to really track repeat visits, let's say for your community skate, because it's just not tracked that way.
What I can send is the user groups and the user group breakdown of numbers for you.
Great.
That's what I have. That's what I have available.
That's sufficient.
So
And
this, I guess I'll just say that originally we had thought that the facility would be closed for the season, and the Park and Rec Commission convened this task force to start looking at what the future of Lars Anderson Ice Rink should be. They understand that this is a difficult time with COVID, with fiscal challenges, but they felt that they would be remiss and not really doing their job for this community if they didn't encourage Lee and I to come forward and say, we have a facility that is down. It's a facility that has been in operation since 1958. It is more important than ever that we provide outdoor activities that are normalizing activities, that are things that we've had in this community for decades. And they're committed to looking at our long-term fiscally responsible approach. So select person Van Scoyac, the reason why we're requesting temporary is because we need time to figure out what the cost is for the best solution for Brookline.
All right, I wanted to jump in and just, appreciate you bringing this to us. I do agree with the chair that I always want more information. I think that's better in terms of not just helping make the best decisions, but helping the board understand the recommendations that are coming forward to us. So I'm with him on that. In terms of, I don't think that every amenity in town needs to make money. I think it's helpful when they do. And if they can cover at least some of their operating expenses, of course, that's very helpful. I'm wondering for this larger cost, and just something, let me know if you've thought about this already. But as the rink opens back up and for the next few years, incorporating some additional fee to the cost of using it, for just an individual user, $1 per, for instance, until we recoup the cost, might be something to consider to help cover the sort of the capital cost for getting this back up and running over time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have, I'll just mention Lee Jackson, Recreation Director, that we have considered it. And we have, if this moves forward, we would have a increase in fee to move forward in front of the commission of almost what you stated in order to operate. So thank you so much for the suggestion, Mr. Fernandez.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in as one of the users of this particular amenity. Not very often, but it was one of my very first outings in Brookline when I moved here. And I know I'm not alone in that. It's something that's listed as a fun activity to do in the Boston area. Most of my friends didn't even live in Brookline, but they knew about it. I am by no means an expert at figure skating. And so I was a little nervous I'd be intimidated, but when I showed up, you know, it's fairly cheap. It's a fairly cheap activity.
It is.
And it's not intimidating as a beginner skater. And it is just, it is something very familiar to those that have resided in Brookline, and kind of a gem. And I hope will be a normalizing exercise, you know, as we go into a very unpredictable winter.
Good.
Let me just add one other point, if I might, and that is that we have always, to my knowledge, recognized that recreation and park facilities in Brookline are open to more than just Brookline residents. And we have lots of people who come to our parks who are from Boston or other places. And as well as we as Brookline residents go to those other places, those other parks. Kids go and skate at the garden. They participate in other activities throughout Boston. So I don't think we should just limit ourselves to thinking that this is only for Brookline, because that's just sort of doesn't sit well, I think, with our history of openness in terms of parks and recreation facilities. And we want to use theirs, and we, you know, anybody else's, and we'd like anybody else to use ours.
Yeah. No, I don't think anyone's suggesting that it shouldn't be that way. Matter of fact, that, like you said, that is part of our inclusiveness. And we want to encourage people from outside of Brookline to use it. And anything I say, by the way, Ms. Jackson, or Ms. Galentine, Commissioner Galentine, is not suggesting that we shouldn't approve this transfer. I think it's just very important that we have a lot of facts, you know, available, so that when people start questioning this type of expenditure, we can defend it. So
that sounds good. I just want to say thank you, Chairman Green, and I understand, and I want to apologize for not bringing those numbers with me to this meeting.
Apology necessary. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I move approval of the reserve fund transfer in the amount of $205,000 for the installation, lease, and maintenance of a temporary refrigeration system at the Jack Crane Ice Skating Rink, and fund a study to develop recommendations and cost estimates for an efficient, safe, and reliable refrigeration system and ice skating facility in Brookline. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Commissioner Galentine and Director Jackson. Really appreciate your presentation. And
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank
you. Okay, boards and commission interviews. First, EDAB, Economic Development Advisory Board. We have an interviewee, Mr. Tom Nally. Mr. Nally, please introduce yourself and tell us why you'd like to be on the Economic Development Advisory Board.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. I've been on the board since it began back around 2000 or 1995, I guess it was, and have been contributing on a number of projects, both in my neighborhood and across the town. In my day job, I'm a registered architect and a planner with an organization known as A Better City. And prior to that, the Artery Business Committee, which was established in 1989, and I've been there from close to the beginning. At the present time, I lead our effort of our group in monitoring and advocating for a better design for the Alston I-90 project that MassDOT is undertaking. And I also lead an effort that we're just beginning, looking at the future of the cities as this, hopefully the pandemic starts to wind down, and we look at how to reinvigorate and reestablish activity. And we'll be focusing on the city of Boston, but we'll be looking at things that generally apply to other other urban areas. Back at the beginning of my current term, I was involved and served on the River Road Study Committee, where we looked at an overlay zoning for that piece of land along Brookline Avenue. I subsequently served on the design advisory team for the Hilton Hotel that's hopefully now nearing completion. And I've been involved through the years in a number of projects and reviewing projects and serving on design advisory teams all over town, but largely in the area around Boylston Street, where in 2018, I co-chaired the study committee that was looking at visioning for that corridor. And hopefully they will be working again, working at the next step for looking at some implementation of some changes to help facilitate future development that's appropriate along that corridor. And my hope is if I can be reappointed to EDAB, I can represent EDAB on that group because it's, I've invested a lot of effort in that corridor since back in the early 1990s when I was involved in the original development committee that was chaired by Bob Sperber. And I chaired the subcommittee that looked at that corridor. We came up with some zoning changes over the years that proved not to be sufficient to be able to produce the kind of development that we'd like to see and the kinds of appropriate working with the neighborhood. And my hope is in the next year or so, we'll be able to take it the next step and actually help to guide the process. And so that's my aspiration for something I'd like to be doing as the next years unfold, if I'm elected to serve again on the EDAB committee. So that's my quick summary of where I've been and where I hope to go.
Great. Hey, let me start off with a question about the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. We're going to be voting on the membership of that committee later on in this meeting. Give me your thoughts on what you think that committee should be doing with respect to integrating the Boylston Street from High Street West with the area east of that, particularly the Public Housing Authority facilities, both in terms of participation by residents in the process, as well as any design type issues that you think would be relevant.
Well, clearly there needs to be a lot of involvement of people in the community all along the corridor at both ends and everything in between on both sides. Each side is somewhat different in terms of the composition, as well as people who live in the corridor themselves along Cameron Street and that neighborhood, which is a very important resource for the town in the kinds of uses, residential uses that exist there. My hope is that we will be able to work out a mix of uses. We certainly need to address housing needs because that's very critical, not only for the town of Brookline, but for the region as a whole. And I think there are very few sites that are available, and we have to choose very wisely as to how we direct future development of sites as they become available. But clearly the input from residents, as we've already had in the visioning process to date, clearly that needs to continue and be expanded, because we're really getting to the point where we've got to start producing something that will be not only a source of residential uses, but also maybe some small amount of commercial uses to produce a little bit more revenue in that corridor. But clearly the need to me is, hey, it's a great opportunity there that's gone unfulfilled for a number of years. And now it's the time to really take that further, again, with the help of people who are very familiar with the area because they live there.
Right, thank you. Any other questions?
I'll just make a brief comment. I've been cautious about sort of really thinking about folks that are serving on multiple committees or boards in town and whether or not there could be other voices in those spaces. I don't have that concern here with you, Tom, because of the great work you've already done on the Boylston Street sort of corridor, and also in our own experience on the Small Business Development Committee, having Ann Myers, who's the co-chair of the EDAB, be a member on the Small Business Development Committee. I've seen the benefits that has to syncing up the work that they're doing with the work that we're doing, and I can see you serving a really great role in syncing up that work for EDAB and the Boylston Street Committee. So,
I appreciate your faith in me. Clearly, cross-fertilization is very important. That's why in this effort, we need to have people who think about kind of business, small business and opportunities there, people who know something about housing and housing development, and people who know something about design and traffic and all the many facets that need to be integrated. And in my day job, that's what I do every day.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Nally, we're not going to be voting today on appointments to EDAB, but at a future meeting we will. And thank you for coming for us for this interview.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm sure you will choose wisely.
Great. Well, thank you for your work on EDAB and the other things around town. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Advisory Committee on Public Health. First, we're going to be interviewing Anthony Schlaff and then Pat Mayer. Mr. Schlaff. Introduce yourself. I know you're already on the committee,
Right.
but introduce yourself and your vision for the committee going forward in this bizarre, strange time.
It's a very bizarre time. Sure, thank you. Yes, so I'm Tony Schlaff. I go by Tony, so feel free to use that. In my daytime job, I direct the public health program at Tufts University School of Medicine. It's an MPH program with now over 300 students in it. And I'm a bit of a generalist in public health. So I teach a variety of things, including some courses with the MD MPH students around health behavior change and sort of practical work, sort of their capstone experience and their field experience work. I have been the chair of the board now, I'm not sure exactly how many years, but covering the transition, the last year of Alan Balsam's service, and then in the time while we were looking for a replacement director and in Dr. Jett's first couple of years. I'm not sure if the select board knows, but I'm stepping down as chair, but seeking to stay on the council. And Pat Marr, who you'll be talking with next, has graciously agreed to step forward as chair, and Dr. Jett, I know, is very supportive of that, as am I. When it comes to my vision and goals for the council and my role on it, they're more process oriented than content oriented. You may have some questions for me about content. As you know, we're in a very active time in terms of addressing public health crises right now. But a few of the things that I've been very engaged with, one is just supporting Dr. Jett as he has come to the Northeast and come to Brookline. You may all know or not know that public health in New England is very different from the rest of the country. And he who has been health commissioner in 2 county systems in the South and in, I guess, the Southern Midwest, we have a much essentially weaker local public health system, smaller units of government, much less resources, and much bigger reliance on state government. And so it's been I think a learning experience for him, a kind of cultural transition professionally. And he has a vision for a more robust health department locally, which I think is very, very exciting, but that has to be tempered with what's possible. So I think I've been trying to help him in that. It's still a transition, even though he's been, he no longer can claim to be brand new, but 2 years is still a short time. The second thing is that, Brookline has the opposite problem of other parts of the country, where we're seeing people who are rebelling completely against public health guidance and strictures. We have a very educated professional community. Some people are very strident about enacting public health action. We've had a number of citizens who have wanted to outright ban tobacco at the local level. And although I would love to see tobacco wiped off the face of the earth, there's all sorts of reasons why it does not make sense. It would not be productive for a local government to do that without state or federal action. So I've been working with the rest of the council and with Dr. Jett to create a process for warrant article petitioners that encourages them to think about the science and to understand the difference between local public health action and other kind of action, so that we have a more sort of intelligent discussion at the outset when people present their ideas to us. And the other part of that I put in place is we used to hear petitions, debate them, and vote on them in a single meeting. And since none of us have a full range of expertise across all public health, it's really put our council in the unfortunate position of voting on things that we don't know enough about, and relying on advocates who may not necessarily be reflecting all of the science. So we've now put in place, but only have just begun to use a process where we hear testimony and have a preliminary discussion. But unless there's an emergency and it's impossible, we have a second meeting that allows us to do our own research and then come back and have a more informed debate and a final vote. And then the third thing is to support Pat as she takes it on. She is retired, and in this pandemic, my work has doubled. So it really makes sense for somebody who, and obviously the demands on the council have been much bigger than usual in the last 6 months. So I want to really support her as she gets her feet under her and being the chair. I'll stop there, see if you have questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Fernandez.
I'll ask it brief. I don't know how long your answer will be, but the question is essentially, you maybe think about this in your own comments, is how do we prevent this very important board from being politicized and from being used as a tool to move forward an agenda for this policy or that one? And how do we keep it pure so that we're getting just the facts, scientific information that helps us make better decisions?
Right. Well, I think we're in a good place right now. I mean, the people that you have, we may not reflect the demographics of the community. We're all kind of old, but that means that we don't have as many axes to grind, right? The other thing, I think the structure of the nominations, at least as I understand them, is Dr. Jett usually is the person to make the nominations. He, like Alan Balson before him, they're very science oriented. So I think the people that you have now do not have a political axe to grind. Could there be, again, could a number of people put their name forward looking to push forward a particular political agenda? I just haven't seen that happen. And I think if it does, you have to rely on your commissioner and the other perhaps the other members of the advisory council to give you fair warning.
Let me ask this. One of the issues in this COVID pandemic that we're always thinking about is the disproportionate impact on certain communities, particularly Black and Brown communities. Now, right. The percentages of Black and Brown people in Brookline is relatively low, but some people think that the impact has been way out of proportion to those low numbers. I mean, what are the facts and what type of steps can be done to ensure that any disproportionate impact is reduced and we don't increase it?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's a hard one. The data that I've been able to see, and I think it's pretty current. Dr. Jett presents it to us every couple of weeks. The amount of racial and ethnic data that we have on COVID is somewhat limited. I don't think it tells the whole story. There are clear hints of evidence that people of color are disproportionately affected in Brookline as everywhere else. In Brookline, I suspect, but again, I don't know, because I don't have the occupational data, that a lot of that is occupationally driven. It is the people who have been forced to continue working, who are essential services, and those kinds of essential services that don't allow people to work at home, like I have the luxury of doing, who have been put at risk since day one. There may well be other ways that inequity and racism creeps into why there are disparities. And I do not have a short answer to that question. One of the things that always worries me in anti-racism work is that the problem is so huge that it's often hard for smaller entities, including local governments, to really figure out their way. I mean, we have to change the structure of society. I'm personally a believer, and I would make a public health argument for reparations, for dramatic changes in our educational system, K-12 and higher education, so that a generation from now, we don't have disproportionate overrepresentation of people of color in lower end jobs and jobs that put people at risk. Short of that, I think we just have to do the best job we can to protect people. We have to make sure that businesses are being honest, that they are protecting their workers to the extent possible. I think we have to support, at the state level, but to the extent that municipal governments can do this, family leave, personal leave. We have to make sure that people should not lose their income if they have to stay home if they're sick. We should do what we can to support childcare systems so that people can work, even if they have young children who need care. I'm not sure that answers the question.
Sorry, I'd like to ask a question. Tony, it's good to see you again.
You too.
So I'm wondering, you mentioned in your opening that you teach about behavior changes and approaches to health. And I'm wondering, have you got any pearls of wisdom, any ideas about how we change the behavior of young people who are right now in this country, and I think in the region as well, bringing us the most danger of COVID, because they're ignoring all the advice, and they're going to parties, and they're not caring whether they wear masks, and the school systems are having to shut down now because of this. So
if I had the full answer to your question, I'd have solved the problem of the BU fraternity across the street from me, where there are kids partying every weekend without masks, and we call the police, but of course, by the time they get there, the risk's already spread. So the science of public health tells you a few things about behavior change. One is that if you want to change behavior, you change the context. So I don't think it's realistic to take kids, send them to college, and tell them not to be social animals. I mean, that's an extraordinarily difficult thing. So unfortunately, I think the real answer is that colleges, which are under enormous financial pressure to open up and bring the kids to campus, because the parents are paying for a college experience, not just for a bunch of classes. And because of that, I think they've taken risks and you can't expect it. To the extent that you can make marginal changes in student behavior, you have to reframe. So you can't expect kids to do this in order to protect their own health. And I think there's, we're saying, you have to protect your grandmother when you go home at Thanksgiving, right? So all the ways that you can reframe and make this about something that they care about, there's some chance that you can change the behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And, we will be making appointments at a later meeting, but I appreciate you coming forward and presenting your views to us. Okay.
Well, a pleasure to see you all. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Hello there, Pat. I will.
Hey, Tony.
Okay.
Hello, Select Board.
Hello.
It's nice to be on the screen with you, but I look forward to the day when we can all be in the same room.
We all do.
I know. My name is Pat Marr. I'm applying this evening for reappointment to the Advisory Council on Public Health. And also, as Tony said, have been appointed the chair. And in that way, I thought it would be a little helpful for me to give you some of my background. I have been a Brookline resident for over 35 years. I am a nurse and a nurse practitioner and have done that work for over 45 years. My professional experience has been as a clinician, and I've worked in community health settings in underserved communities throughout my whole career. I've also taught in graduate nursing programs in the past. In the late 70s, I worked as a visiting nurse in South Boston during the busing crisis. And then later in the 80s, I worked in Roxbury that was still even then reverberating from that crisis. And I saw then how busing affected the health of the people of that community and the community itself in pretty devastating ways. I then spent 14 years with Healthcare for the Homeless. I created a program for women in Cambridge and Somerville, homeless women, and just saw all the effects of homelessness on health. And recently worked in outpatient psychiatry, caring for people with serious mental illness, whose life expectancy, people with schizophrenia, is 22 years less than the general population. So they have quite a huge disparity. And the patients, it was the patients really in these struggling communities that taught me most about public health, and also taught me how resilience can be formed in a community. So now we're living in this pandemic and suffering and uncertainty of everyone. But there's really a realization, I think, at this point about the inequality of that suffering and uncertainty, and that some of us are seriously more affected than others. And right now, safety, COVID containment, the eventual eradication of COVID, and care for those who are affected is our priority. But to succeed, we really need to stay focused on social justice as well. And it's my hope that with a lot of work, it's going to take a lot of work, we come out of this new crisis not devastated like I've seen in other communities, but stronger and more resilient. And we have a lot to work to do that. As a member of the council, and I've been on it for a long time, since 2005, I have been focusing recently on COVID over the past 6 months. I'm now a contact tracer for our community, and that's been a really good way to understand how people in our community are responding to either being contacts or cases. And it's really helped me understand. And also a shout out to people in our community. I've never had one person not answer the phone call or work with me on being in quarantine or isolation. As is every clinician, I'm keeping up with the literal volumes of work we're learning about this virus. Is every day there's new information. And I am a part of the Medical Reserve Corps and look forward to giving out flu shots in October and November. Over the years, I've been a liaison with Climate Change Brookline, and I'm very interested in the intersections of climate change and health, and have been involved in health education courses where that intersection occurs. So as Tony, Dr. Schlapp mentioned last week, I did accept the role of chair. I hoped to offer continuity and more time that I have now that I'm retired. And I have a willingness to support and collaborate with other members of the council, with Dr. Jett, the health department staff, town organizations and residents, to create a healthy Brookline with a focus on social justice. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the select board? Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Thank you for your impassioned opening statement. And I found myself nodding my head a lot during it. I wanted to ask you a more technical question as the person that would be leading the board moving forward. Two things really. One is, do you feel like we have the right number? There's, I think, 6 members. Is that enough to accomplish what it is that you all need to do? Should we be taking a look at that? And then also, do you feel like you've got the the right range of expertise there? And are there things as we move forward, this year or next year, areas of expertise that you'd like to see on the board that may not currently be there that we should be keeping an eye out for?
That's a great question. And I think it's really important for us to think about having more people on the board in looking at what we're dealing with and also looking at the skills we need. I know that we are looking for a public health person who's working in environmental health, because a lot of the questions that come up have to do with restaurant safety, outdoor safety, gatherings, all those kind of things. And we are actively looking for someone like that. And I think it is a small number, and I would be really willing to talk. I've just accepted this a week ago, but I would be willing to talk with Dr. Jett to really look to make sure that we have enough people and people who are going to be able to advise us on the issues that are going to come up, especially this winter, and as the vaccine, comes onto market.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
I'll just make a comment. I got to know Pat a little bit when she was on the Climate Action Committee, and she's always very thoughtful and had good things to say. I regret that she's no longer on it, although Dr. Jett has admirably filled your shoes. And I just wanted to say that your commitment to public health is obviously very deep, having worked your whole professional life and your community life as well. So I'm glad you're retired, so you can give us more of your valuable time. And I look forward to working with you in the future. We'll vote soon, and
Great.
I'm confident.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you
We'll
so
do the
much.
right thing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to, if I can just answer one of Tony's questions as well and just put in my 2 cents. I think so many times we look at the disproportionate impact of disease on people of color, poor people, et cetera. And we look at it as a medical problem because it is a disease, but it really is something that needs to be addressed across the board, economically, socially, medically, spiritually, in every way. And it really is going to take a collaboration to do that. I think a mistake that even us medical people have made is to sort of take it on ourselves and not look at the bigger picture and get more people involved. So I'm hoping that we can do a little bit of that with this COVID pandemic.
Great, thank you.
May I just quickly add a thought, if you don't mind?
Sure.
I promise to be brief. And I want to add my thanks, not just to Pat, but to Tony. I've been amazed at the level of expertise and the commitment at the meetings that I've listened in on. I just want to say that sometimes this very, very complex business of public health decision-making comes down to some very simple practical problems. And we were confronted with one just before this meeting by virtue of a letter to the select board. And I'm gonna put it to you as a challenge to the council that I hope they will take up soon the question of what should Brookline do about Halloween.
Okay.
At first I thought, oh, well, this, probably isn't that hard a problem to address. But in fact, the letter was sent by someone who lives in a part of Brookline that gets overwhelmed with kids coming to the door. I mean, overwhelmed. And it also happens to be a part of Brookline, where many of the homeowners are elderly and they're in a high risk group. And he's basically appealing to the town to call it off for this year. And I don't want to alarm families all over town. I do think the Public Health Council should provide leadership on that question, because we're going to be looking for leadership and guidance as to how do we decide an issue of that nature, which you don't want to disappoint people, but you also want to do what's right given the pandemic and the requirements of public health.
I'm so glad you brought that up. And several people have already asked me about it. The CDC has come out with guidelines for Halloween, and the Mass Department of Public Health has adopted them. But it goes, it's coming into the cold season, and I have these 3 C's that I worry about as we enter the fall and winter. Cold, where we're all going to be indoors. Complacency, where people are just so tired of doing things that they're going to, lose their initiative to keep up all with the mask wearing and all that. And the third one's confusion. There's so much information out there, and I think that happens to those 20 to 29-year-olds a lot. You can kind of pick and choose. So I'm really glad you brought that up, and I think it would be helpful to be very clear about what the guidelines are and to make sure they're out into the community and that there are safe alternatives, because everybody loves Halloween, that may not involve trick-or-treating, that do not involve trick-or-treating. And the CDC guidelines, somebody just asked me during this if they're on the website, and I'll make sure they're on the website as well. They're actually good CDC guidelines. So thank you for asking that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we're not going to be voting on appointments to the council at this point, but committee at this point, but at a future meeting. Thank you for appearing before us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Who do we have next? Housing Advisory Board.
Hi, my name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1, and I am applying for the Housing Advisory Board. And I feel like I bring something different to the board. I have actually been housing insecure. I know what it's like to look at my floor and be able to see the dirt. It took me maybe 3 years to go to sleep at night when the wind hit me, not think that there was a bug on me. I knew what it was like to spend more than 50% of my income on my rent as an adult, even with a law degree. That's something I'll never forget. I bring my race and my gender to the room that presently is missing. And I think that that is something that has value. I have an ability to provide and absorb technical information and to advocate for disadvantaged people. I've managed funds and led complex environmental and community development problems. I have reviewed state programs for, a variety of under a variety of environmental statutes. Presently now, I serve on the Brookline Improvement Coalition's board. It's the town's community development corporation. And I have been steering them toward making a huge investment in developing a community engagement strategy that hopefully will get more people involved in the entire affordable housing discussion. The goal is to bring many more people to the table and to identify many more kinds, not just problems, but solutions that traditionally we don't think about. I'd like to think that I can bring a really big picture to solutions, to problems and solutions that the HAB is presently confronting. I'm a believer that we have to protect, monitor, and to some extent expand the existing housing that we have. I think that we have a responsibility to promote workforce housing as well as moderate income housing. And I know that there's a tension there, but I think it's one that we have to further engage in. I think that part of HAB's work has to be looking at what anti-poverty solutions might be before us. And that may mean working more closely with BHA, not just for financial exchanges, but also getting into the weeds about what kind of problems we think that might be useful. Again, I'm going to put a pitch out there for greater community engagement so that people do have a better understanding of what affordable, low and income affordable housing can mean for Brookline. In terms of experience, I was the attorney on the Fort Devens cleanup, which ultimately became one of the region's most successful brownfields projects or cleanups. My brownfields work involved working in environmental justice communities. It involved, helping communities identify community engagement processes, and also identifying financing among the different federal partners. I was involved in a mass highway planning project for takings that extended pretty much throughout the western suburbs. I had engaged in development projects that actually resulted in increasing the well-being of green space and making it more available to people. If I never see another NEPA review, it'll be too soon. In terms of environmental projects, I was responsible for helping find seed money for the Neponset River cleanup, restoration of a park in Lawrence. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, there's an urban garden that's actually in Roxbury now that serves a lot of restaurants. And that was as a result of an enforcement action I took in lieu of penalty. I managed and designed the New England lead enforcement program that leveraged, I was going to say hundreds, easily thousands of abatement programs across New England. So the kind of skills that I'll bring to the room are an ability to work in unexpected conditions, an ability to listen, to coach people, to build trust, to create an engaged and collaborative team, and to encourage an environment that fully appreciates change. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Hamilton.
My understanding is this opening is looking for a skill set that is specifically on housing finance. I could be mistaken, but do you have any background in that kind of skills?
I have some in terms of working with HUD, and some of it's not even, it's kind of money that honestly we don't necessarily go after. I have a general understanding of some of the mass finance programs, but one of my pushbacks is going to be like we're talking about the home investment partnership program, the low income tax credits, the affordable housing trust fund. I mean, I have an understanding of those. I have a reasonable understanding of some of the federal HUD guidelines. There's also housing funding that you can get from different federal agencies. So in some instances, you can, I like to say, squeeze a little money out of the Department of Agriculture. There's money that can be, just different federal agencies. I'm kind of having a brain freeze and nerves get the best of me. But one of the things that I was very good at was identifying federal dollars and bringing them to projects when people had no idea that the money was there. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm glad to see that you joined the BIC board. That has been, it's had a lot of potential for a number of years. And I think the skill set that you're describing about bringing money in will hopefully end in a good result. Other communities have taken advantage of improvement coalitions, and I think we have not taken full advantage of ours.
Well, there might have been some opportunities missed, but I like to say that we have a working board now. And we don't meet once a month. We meet every week, and if need be, multiple times a week, because we're on a timeline to get a strategic plan together, add more members of the board, and to get the community to have a sense that we're out there so that we can start a dialogue around what are some of the affordable housing issues that we have here in Brookline and that we can address. I do want to say that I know that HAB is looking for a financial person, but they already have financial people. What they don't have, and I'm just going to put it out there, they don't have a housing vulnerable person. They have one person who they don't have a person. I don't believe they have somebody that can say they know what it means to turn a light on and try to scare the roaches off. I don't think they have someone on that board that's had to make a decision between whether they ate a meal or whether they paid the rent, or whether they paid their student loan or whether they paid the rent. And that's real. And if we're talking about the function of the HAB, one of the things that I would argue that it has been missing is somebody that can actually talk about the basic, and I mean the basic needs in real time. And I think race is a factor too. If you don't have somebody that's in that room, Heather, that can say, you know, this sounds good for you guys, but let me put it through my lens and tell you what it might look like. We don't have that on our HAB. And as far as I can tell, the people that are applying for the HAB don't have that skill set. And if I take even one step further back, we will only perpetuate that if we don't begin to think about the HAB's work in terms of what the statute says, in terms of what the bylaw says. I mean, the bylaw paints a far broader picture. And if you look at the current makeup, and I can bridge that gap. I mean, give me physics and my head is going to spin. But if you're asking me a question about, a real estate finance question, I can work that out. That's not going to be that kind of intellectual stretch that makes me go, I can't handle that. And so do I have the visor where I can literally sit down and do the I took a class at MIT on real estate development. I'm not going to do those equations for you on the fly. But if you want me to evaluate what that equation means for purposes of the cost of housing or the duration it takes to construct housing, I can do it. If you're going to ask me whether I can figure out whether there's an appropriate balance of a public-private partnership, I can do that. If you're going to ask me whether it makes more sense to take the money and run or take the units, I can do that. And I'm going to do it from a perspective of people who need housing.
Okay, thank you.
And you don't have that.
Just two things in response. One, I'm pretty sure that the bylaw mandates that this person have specific financial expertise. And then the other thing is you're making a lot of assumptions or assertions about the other members of the Housing Advisory Board. I don't know whether or not some of the things that you are saying about what they lack is true. So I would just be careful to make sure that you know for a fact that they don't bring any of those skill sets.
I'm reasonably sure, and I hear what you're saying, and
back and forth on that. Yes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Heather. But you don't have any racial diversity, and I will be shocked, to find. I have enough financial experience to have managed, environmental programs for 6 environmental programs for all of New England. I have managed complex cleanups to the tune of $50 million. I've been involved in complex brownfields redevelopment projects that ended up being worth probably in the neighborhood of $100 million. So if you're asking me, can I put the visor on? No. If you're asking me if I have experience and an understanding of the financial issues to put together a package, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard, I'll be brief if you mind before we move on. Just to say that while this is a challenge for all boards, trying to have the kind of diversity of perspective and lived experiences on a board where there are just 5 members who rotate and others who are there as a nature of their role as a planning board representative and housing authority representative, it becomes even more difficult. And we have to make choices about, do we want somebody who understands deeply the experience of people with disabilities, or someone who understands deeply the experience of people of color, or someone who understands deeply some aspect of this work. And so, I know that there's a warrant article that would seek to address this. I just think that's something that we need to look at going forward on these boards that are particularly small and don't give us a lot of opportunity to add the kind of a breadth of diversity, just as we talked about with the advisory board for public health, that I think we'd all like to see. So I'm hopeful we can start to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Next,
you all.
warrant articles, public hearing. I understand, let's see, that we're going to pull a couple things out of order, starting with warrant article 30, advisory committee recorded votes. Is Neil Gordon here? He has to, I think you have to go to advisory committee meeting, so you want to speak early and speak fast.
Neil Gordon is right here, and if you don't mind, I'm going to kill the video and preserve some bandwidth. If you're ready, I'll give you the pitch.
Start.
Okay. I'm Neil Gordon, town meeting member, precinct 1, member of the advisory committee, and yes, thank you for juggling the warrant article order to accommodate my dueling meetings so that I can get from here to the advisory committee. I'll give you the minor tweak first. There's a recurring debate on whether the advisory committee is obligated to make a recommendation on every warrant article, regardless of whether their opinion would meaningfully impact the debate. State law says, quote, report or make recommendations, unquote, on all municipal questions. Our bylaw now says, quote, report and make recommendations, unquote. I have no idea what the drafting history is or what may have caused that difference. But I propose amending the bylaw to conform with state law, and we can talk more about that. Here's the real thrust of Article 30, which is about requiring the advisory committee to record and report its members' most important votes. Speaking at a select board meeting earlier this year about BFAC and its recommendations, and more specifically about adding to the town's rainy day fund, Paul Sainer said this, and I quote, Neil Gordon said it's fiscally conservative, unquote, or words to that effect. Further context isn't important. What matters is that a town meeting member, the chair of EDAB, made his point using my name. Why did he do that? I suspect he didn't do it for me. I have all the notoriety that I need. He no doubt did it for you. You know me, and for good or for bad, you know the difference between a town meeting member said, or a member of the advisory committee said, and Neil Gordon said. Articles calling for the advisory committee to record and report its members' votes were offered in 2002 and 2010. A decade and 2 decades later, the pro arguments remain familiar. I quote from either the 2002 or the 2010 combined reports. Town meeting has the right to know how the members of its principal standing committee voted on the recommendations presented. The vote of each member of the advisory committee provides additional information for each town meeting member. This change in the bylaws would further increase transparency and help town meeting to make its best decision possible. 10 years ago, the warrant article petitioned by then Precinct 1 town meeting member Tommy Vitolo failed on a close vote, including, I'll note, 3 no votes by current members of the select board, voting at the time as town meeting members. Now, of course, as select board members, your votes are both recorded and reported. I ask, and only somewhat rhetorically, which of you are troubled by that? In the 10 years since 2011, as the pro arguments for recorded votes continue to ring true, the public's expectations regarding transparency have changed. It's time for the advisory committee to both record and report how its members vote on recommendations to town meeting. Unlike in 2002 and 2010, the advisory committee now agrees with the first part. They voted favorable action on this warrant article on a motion to record their members' votes and report them in their minutes, but they balked at making those votes easy to find. So I continue to say, do both. Record them and disclose them in the combined reports, as you, the members of the select board, routinely do. Town meeting members and the public have a right to know. Let's publish advisory committee members' votes in the combined reports. There's no budget impact. The effort is modest. Procedural votes are excluded. Subcommittee votes are excluded. Votes on amendments are excluded. Unanimous votes are excluded. Only divided votes on actual recommendations will be recorded and reported. There's no budget impact and the effort is modest. In the interest of transparency and good government, I ask for a recommendation of favorable action on Article 30. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions from the board before we open it up for the public? No? Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone in the queue wanting to speak on this warrant article?
At this time, we have 19 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise feature or indicated in the Q&A that they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing then. Any further discussion from the select board?
I'll just say this makes sense to me. There's a lot to be said about symmetry between our recommendations when people are able to see how we vote individually, and with great power, or in this case, in the AC, great influence comes great responsibility. And I think people should be willing to put their names by their votes, and that that folks can take that into account or not as they see fit.
Okay.
Chair Green, I want to make you aware that I've promoted Bob Lupton to a panelist who indicated he'd like to make a public comment in the Q&A.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to be very, very brief. My name is Bob Lepson, town meeting member, Precinct 9. I am absolutely 100% in support of this warrant article. I think it makes all the sense in the world. I can think of no reasons not to support it, and I would strongly encourage everyone, the select board and the AC and whoever else here has a public hearing to support this. This makes all the sense in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions or discussion? I agree with, I think it was Mr. Fernandez who said this is sort of a slam dunk. I mean, who can object to this? Has anyone objected, Mr. Gordon? Or raised questions about the wisdom of this?
The advisory committee agrees its votes should be recorded. They're recording them now because we're meeting by Zoom, and they voted to continue that and support the bylaw in that regard. The objection that was raised at the advisory committee meeting was that a long list of advisory committee members voting would just take up a lot of room in the combined reports. I think they're looking at long, linear listings of members where it might be, 28 to 2. But if you just list last names in a paragraph that said, voting in favor, and you just put all those names, as I said, next to each other in a paragraph, they don't take up much room. And the only recorded votes required to be listed would be divided votes. All of the routine articles, the housekeeping articles that routinely pass unanimously, don't require any particular listing. That was the objection. The other objection is from some is that including the names of who voted how in the combined reports would cause some town meeting members to focus on the names and not on the analysis. I say those who want to see the names can look at the names and then go to the analysis. Those who don't want to be distracted can just put their hand over the list of names and go right to the discussion. But that was the general objection raised at the advisory committee.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the hearing is closed, and thank you, Mr. Gordon.
My pleasure.
Go off to your other committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next, we're going to take out of order a few other warrant articles in order to accommodate.
Excuse me, Bernard.
Yes.
The agenda does say that we'll have a possible vote. So I'm wondering, given the fact that there was not very much public, there was practically no public comment except for Bob Lepson, and none of the board members have expressed any reservations, whether we should just go ahead and vote and then take a thing off our agenda forever.
Okay, good idea, good idea. So pursuant to that suggestion, I move I move favorable action on warrant article 30. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So that's one more warrant article off our list of warrant articles to discuss.
And someone
One
tell,
down, many to go.
Yeah.
someone tell Neil so he can incorporate that into his the advisory committee.
I'll text him right now.
Okay, yeah, great.
Okay, so next we're going to take out of order warrant articles 18, 31, 32, 36, and 37 so that Mr. Ananian can meet with us and then move on to, I think, the advisory committee. Scott Ananian and a few other people who are discussing these articles, starting with Article 18. Is Scott around? Okay. Well, his screen is here.
So Nicole is actually Nicole McClellan.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Nicole is going to begin discussion of this, followed by other people. Okay, Ms. McCullough.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. I'm Nicole McClellan, a town meeting member in Precinct 11 and one of the co-petitioners for warrant article 18. Just to start tonight, really brief overview. I'll give you guys an overview of ranked choice voting. I'm keeping it brief because I know you have a full agenda and sort of some of the benefits of ranked choice voting. And then Scott will follow up with some sample ballots and an explanation of our voting machines here in Brookline and what sort of change this would require. And then Megan Levine will come in at the end with some relevant data about Brookline local elections, which I think sort of demonstrate the need to at least look at ranked choice voting for Brookline. An important note before I start talking about ranked choice voting, I think we all know there's a statewide ballot question up in November for ranked choice voting. There would definitely be some overlap if that were adopted, but the statewide adoption of ranked choice voting, that's for state and federal elections, it wouldn't have any bearing, it wouldn't change what we do in Brookline. We have to do that ourselves. So just clarifying that at the outset. So briefly, how ranked choice voting works. I know many of you know this, but in case there are members of the public watching, I think it's important to just do a quick overview. So ranked choice voting is an electoral system that allows people to vote for multiple candidates for the same seat in order of their preference. So instead of just choosing one person to win and only weighing in on one slot, a voter would fill out a ballot to reflect their first choice, second choice, third choice, etc. for every position. Ranked choice voting can be used for single winner elections, like town clerk currently in Brookline, or for multi-winner elections like our select board. And the way results are tallied is if a candidate wins a proportional majority of first choice votes from the get-go. So, you know, if there was only one seat available, if a candidate got 50% or more of the vote, for 2 seats, if they got 33% or more, then that candidate wins. Very straightforward. If no candidate wins a proportional majority, then you eliminate the least popular candidate. And for that candidate, for those ballots, the second choice votes are then tallied. So in other words, if you ranked a losing candidate as your first choice, your vote still counts, it just moves to your second choice candidate. And that process continues with the lowest vote getter getting eliminated and the votes moving to the next choice candidate of those voters until someone has a majority of the votes. And then that person or those people are the winners. So that's how it works. The benefits of ranked choice voting are many. The most obvious one is that it ensures majority support. So with ranked choice voting, whoever is favored by the broadest majority of voters wins. And you avoid the outcome where a winner is disfavored by a majority or is even the last choice of a majority of voters, as does happen with plurality voting, our current system. Other pros, Scott, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Other pros is it expands voter choice. So there's really no spoiler effect in ranked choice voting like you have with plurality voting. The vote splitting that can happen among several popular candidates isn't an issue with ranked choice voting. So voters don't have to vote strategically. They don't have to think, oh, I really like this candidate, but they're polling really low. So instead I need to cast my vote for one of the two people that are polling high so that my vote doesn't, split the votes and then we end up with somebody that I like the least. So voters don't have to do any of that calculus with ranked choice voting. They just vote for their true first choice. And they don't have to worry about it advantaging their least favorite candidate. Ranked choice voting disincentivizes negative campaigning and has been shown to have a depolarizing effect on elections. And the best way to explain this is that a candidate wants to be voters' first choice, but they also, if they're not the first choice, want to be the second or maybe the third choice. So they're aiming for broad appeal and more positive messaging. And comprehensive polling has shown that voters in elections where ranked choice voting is used experience more positive, constructive campaign messaging than those where plurality voting is used. So that's a very important benefit, especially in these times. It equalizes the playing field or helps equalize the playing field for historically underrepresented candidates. So studies have shown that ranked choice voting, it seems to encourage more women and candidates of color to run, and they also win more when there's ranked choice voting. And finally, it helps mitigate the problem of wasted votes in mail-in elections. This last election cycle locally was a good example. There were people who had already cast their votes for candidates that then withdrew from the race. And with ranked choice voting, even if you've done that, your ballot doesn't get thrown away. It just goes to your second choice. So a lot of benefits. I would say ranked choice voting is fundamentally a system that allows for a better democratic process, higher voter satisfaction, and truer representation of voter will. I acknowledge conceptually as a sort of tallying system, it seems more complicated, but I think with two things, which is the right voting machines and software, which you're about to hear about from Scott, and sufficient voter education, those obstacles are entirely surmountable and well worth the effort. So with that, I'll go to Scott for some of the details of the voting machines. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, and remember, we wanted to limit this to no more than 10 minutes.
Yes, we're going to go through this very quickly. I'd like to present you the sort of voter/election official view of this as an election clerk in precinct 10 and a longtime volunteer poll worker. So this is the poll worker's view of the ballots, the equipment, and the procedures. These are the machines we have today. Everyone remembers them from voting day, I hope. AccuVote OS, they were purchased in 2001 with a 10-year warranty. They stopped making this model in 2007. So they're well past their use by date, as it were. The town clerk recommends replacement at a cost of about $130,000. for some very good reasons, including security issues. And I'll note that there's a request for a temporary fix to the skating rink for about twice that much right now. We also use ballot marking devices to improve accessibility. And so it's worth noting that the town of Cambridge used exactly these same machines for a long time to do the proportional voting they do in Cambridge for the city council race. But most likely we would be moving to these machines, which are or something like this, one of the following two machines. These are the ES&S DS200s. They're the sort of model after ours. They look very, very familiar. The only main difference here is that instead of that tiny little 2-line LCD, they have a much larger screen on them, and they can actually display human readable text if there's a problem scanning the ballot. I don't know if you've ever accidentally undervoted or overvoted, but currently our machines display this cryptic message, and you have to call over the clerk or the warden to look it up in a book and figure out what it was that it's complaining about and help you fix your ballot and re-vote. So this helps with that user experience a lot. These are approved by the Massachusetts Secretary of State, and they were used just recently in Maine to conduct its ranked choice elections. Again, these are all optical scan per ballot machines, just like the ones we use in town. Apparently, these machines are the other alternative in Massachusetts, which are very popular because the vendor is very cooperative and well liked here in Massachusetts. These were recently purchased by the town of Arlington, also East Hampton and Amherst. The same basic idea, they're optical scan, and there's a screen there that can provide some feedback as you vote. And Cambridge actually replaced their AccuVote OS machines very recently with these instead. And so that's how they're doing their ranked choice vote for city council right now. And this actually integrates a ballot marking device to improve accessibility. This is a sample ballot. This is a Cambridge City Council ballot and some of the instructions that they provide for doing it. You just sort of fill in your first, second, third choices. Again, the point here is that it's not a radical departure for what we're doing. It should feel very familiar to voters. Both the machines, which could be the same as we have, although more likely we're overdue for an upgrade, and the ballots themselves. An often overlooked part of this is central tabulation. This happens in town hall after the polls close. Observers are welcome. I don't know if everyone takes advantage of that opportunity to watch the final numbers get tabulated. In the old days, Cambridge did this. Cambridge started ranked choice voting in 1948, I believe, and this was by hand and somewhat tedious. Now it's all done in software. There are three main options used for ranked choice voting tabulation. Two of them are open source. One of them is bundled by Dominion with their voting machines. Again, rushing through this rather quickly, and we can come back if people have questions. There's basically four main options for how we would actually, this is just the resolution to establish the study committee. There's four main options for how we'd go forward from here. Arlington is about 6 months ahead of us in this process. They've already established their study committee, and they're going to be bringing a home rule petition to their special town meeting in November. And that's the most likely path that Brookline would take as well. A future town meeting would approve a home rule petition to establish ranked choice voting for municipal elections. There's also the possibility that there's some state legislation that would allow a local option, and that would be a simple bylaw amendment. It would again have to go through town meeting, but it wouldn't be quite as complicated as a home rule petition. It's worth noting that there's also the possibility of doing this via a charter amendment, and I believe there's some folks working on a charter commission, targeting a vote in May 2021. If there was a charter commission, they could also recommend changes such as this. The fourth option, what Cambridge is actually doing, was provided by Massachusetts state law in Chapter 54A, but that was repealed in 1972. So that's not, and even though it is a current implementation path for Cambridge, it's not one open to us. And here's what a sample timeline might look like. The committee is actually charged with figuring out what the best timeline would be. November, we're going to vote on statewide RCV or not, but regardless, in the special town meeting, Arlington is going to vote on their home rule petition. We're going to vote on warrant article 18. If that passes, as early as May 2021, we could have a vote in town meeting for the home rule petition, as well as perhaps some preliminary budget. Although this also, the amount of money we're talking about, again, is less than that what we're doing for reserve fund transfer for sort of temporary skating rink level budgeting. So we could do it at a later point as well. fall-ish 2021, we would hope that the legislature would hear the town petitions and we'd be grouped in with Arlington and the other towns who are considering municipal RCV. And in an ideal case, May 2022 would be either our last non-ranked choice vote town election or our first ranked choice vote town election, depending on how quickly the town clerk's office feels like they can implement it. September 2022 is, if Q2 passes, the first state RCV election. So in theory, we would have to have voting machines capable of handling that by then at least. And briefly what the resolution says, 4 things. It's a select board study committee, which is a change from the original filed article after we got some feedback from the town clerk's office who said they would actually recommend that the select board lead this because of the uncertainty in staffing in the town clerk's office. And I believe from talking to you all that there are at least 2 select board members who would be willing to lead that study committee. Committee is charged with 4 things. 1, recommended equipment. You know, I gave you the 2 Massachusetts approved voting machines. You could also elect to use our existing machines. And there's a choice of 3 different tabulation software as well. Ballot design recommendations, as well as a recommended time frame. I presented 1, which was very optimistic. Perhaps the study committee would prefer a different time frame. If question 2 passes, the committee presumably would take into careful consideration the timeline the state has set out for question 2 and try to synchronize with that, as well as budget recommendations for funding required. Again, if there's question 2 passes and there's state funds available, those would come into play as well. The warrant article recommends guidance for fiscal year 22 for the fiscal year 22 budget, just so that we don't pass that that vote in May without having taken this into account. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that there's going to be budget allocated in fiscal year 22, just that we should check with this committee before we finalize the budget. A report by fall 21, and everything in this warrant article is necessary for any use of ranked choice voting in town elections. So left unspecified at this point is exactly which races it would be applied to. That is one of the things that the study committee could consider, but it would certainly be part of the debate on an eventual home rule petition or charter change or whatever that comes before town meeting in the spring. And that's it for me. And now I'm going to briefly turn it over to Megan.
Hi. We've talked about the what and the how, and here's the why this matters in Brookline. The winner or winners of every election should be winning with the majority or the proportional majority vote. Over the last 17 years, in many of our select board elections, the winners have been elected, but not with the majority of the vote. You can see the data on the screen. With ranked choice voting for municipal elections, the winner or winners of every local election will be earning the majority of the vote. Ranked choice voting is not a new idea, but we believe that it's an idea whose time has come in Brookline. Please vote favorable action on warrant article 18, a resolution to study ranked choice voting for municipal elections in Brookline.
Thank you. That was quick, Megan. Any questions from the select board? No, come on. No, Ms. Hamilton.
I mean, it was a very thorough presentation, so I have no questions.
I have
a question. I have a question.
Okay.
Do you, converting to these new machines, do you have any idea what that would cost?
Yeah, the town clerk's office has estimated about $135,000 for machine replacement, and that's the same. Basically, the machines we choose would be the same whether we go with ranked choice voting or not.
I'm sorry, the set machines are what?
The cost would be effectively the same whether we go to ranked choice voting or not. Our machines are due for replacement.
I
so
see.
at this point, it's not really an incremental cost.
Are machines on the CIP?
They are not yet. We actually checked with Nicole. Let Nicole answer that question because she talked to Melissa about that.
Hi. So Jeff Nutting has discussed the need for these new machines with Melissa Goff, but it's not, there hasn't officially been a CIP request because partially they need additional information specifically about voting software. And I think I suspect they have not been able to get to that yet. So part of what I would hope the study committee would do would be able to round out some of the information needed to make that request.
But are these, one other, let me just understand, it would cost approximately the same, is that what you're saying? To replace like-kind machines with the ones that can scan multiple ranked choice ballot?
Right, it's not a special machine necessarily. There are only 2 machines that would do this, and it's probably what we would, something similar to what we would be doing anyway. So the cost is going to be required one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Sorry, I had a question or two. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yep, of course.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I should have opened my mic sooner. So I always feel a little bit sort of in a strange place when articles come before town meeting that sort of beg for, yeah, but what is the argument, not in favor of this? And then we don't hear any of the arguments not in favor of this. And then we vote, on the result. And, I don't, to be honest, I really haven't made up my mind about ranked choice voting. I don't have a position on it necessarily, but the way my brain works is now I want to know why not do ranked choice voting. And then I start asking some questions about this particular article. So here's some of the questions that occur to me. So the argument is put forward that we should do it because Cambridge has had it since 1941. But what that also says is a ton of other communities haven't chosen to adopt it since 1941. So there seems to be an absence of compelling reasons for communities to adopt this voting system, and maybe some reasons not to adopt it, just in terms of complexity and so on. Or maybe it really isn't needed. I mean, in terms of what are we trying to fix here? Have there been examples, multiple examples over the years of, oh my God, we got the wrong result from an election because we didn't have ranked choice voting. And to take the example, for example, that was just cited of 3 contests, which isn't all that many, one-on-one select board contests where a winner got less than 50% of the vote. But what's to say that same person wouldn't have emerged as the winner, after ranked choice voting? I'm just not sure exactly whether that becomes a compelling reason to do this. So there's my, brain, such as it is, thinking of a lot of questions about this, noticing that in the case for this, it's mentioned that a lot of communities dropped it. And then, that causes me to wonder even more, well, then is that a message that maybe this isn't all that necessary or compelling? And then I sort of figure out, by the time I get to the conclusion of all of this, that what we're proposing to do is to set the town clerk on a path towards essentially implementing this, but we don't yet know the result of the state referendum on it, and we haven't yet initiated a home rule petition to do this. And the bottom line of all of this is that it leaves me with the question, will voters ever actually get an opportunity in Brookline to choose whether to have ranked choice voting? Or does this resolution essentially assume a process by which, without any voter referendum on whether to switch to ranked choice voting, we end up with ranked choice voting?
How long do I have to answer?
No longer than I took.
John, inevitably, I'm going to miss some of those questions. I was trying to write them down. There's a good debate, just for reference, that the Kennedy Institute did, where there was a pro and a con speaker, and it was a robust debate. So I would suggest to anyone that wants to sort of explore that more to seek that out, and I can certainly email it to you. A lot of the arguments against are either, I mean, it used to be very complicated, right? Like when Cambridge started this in the 1940s, they were hand tabulating, and that is a complete mess. And I would never even want to try to do something like that. Now we have voting software that makes this very efficient. I mean, computers can do really simple math like this, that for a computer is simple. So I think some of the lag has just been an inherited system. Like many, many things we see, we've always done it a certain way. And there's a certain inertia to that, and overcoming that takes thinking about it differently. There is certainly, if you follow Fair Vote, there is a trend toward this because municipalities and the state of Maine are recognizing that, especially in elections where you have multiple candidates, which does happen with many of our municipal elections, you often end up with winners who are not favored by a proportional majority. So I think Megan's data fleshes that out, and I certainly would be open to exploring that more to be sure, is there a problem to solve in Brookline? In terms of, sort of the general answer to your question, this is just a study committee, right? It's it will be an effort that will consist of hopefully mostly volunteers doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The reason we changed this to a select board committee rather than a town clerk committee is because the town clerk, we know, will be overwhelmed with other work, no matter what happens sort of in the near future. So the idea is for volunteers, under leadership of a select board member, to do a lot of that research and heavy lifting and then report back to town meeting, so that there is a chance to have that discussion. And I am absolutely certain, just even in my fairly short tenure on town meeting, that if there are any arguments against, those will be discovered and explored thoroughly at town meeting as well. So this is really, I think, a fact-finding mission. I'm obviously a fan of ranked choice voting. I hadn't even heard of it 4 years ago, honestly. But the more I've learned about it, the more it seems like this very intuitive way that surprised me as well, John, honestly, that more municipalities aren't doing it. I think the other side of this that I would want to acknowledge is there is a voter education component that would be crucial to this being successful, because it's a new ballot, it's a new way of voting. There are really good models for this. The state of Maine did this under budget, under time, and had really good results adopting this with actually very little time to work on voter education because of the way it happened. But I think that that's another reason that we haven't seen this, is because voter engagement is a challenge in municipal elections already, right? So we would have to be sure voters were engaged and be sure we had a way to have everyone understand this new system of voting, what they're voting on the ballot. But again, there's research that shows voters tend to have really high levels of satisfaction because their outcomes better reflect their will again. So it's sort of a self-fulfilling thing. What did I miss?
Well, I think
the only thing the only thing I can think of that you missed is my final.
You're still muted, John.
Wind up question.
No? Oh, sorry, I'm muted.
Sorry, Nicole. I was just going to say, the only thing I was wondering is the answer to my wind up question, which is, will voters ever get to decide whether they want to have this before we end up having it?
There's multiple different ways this could go. If Scott can, I don't know if Scott wants to weigh in, but the short answer to this is yes, voters would be able to weigh in. But Scott, if you want to go back to your slide with the sort of 3 different ways that this could be adopted, we could look at that. But yes, voters would have a chance to weigh in.
Sure. Well, it might take a while. I'll just say it while I'm going back over there. But yeah, a home rule petition has to go before, or likely, well, everything has to go through town meeting at least. A charter commission would go through the voters to a full vote of the town. A home rule petition may or may not, depending on its exact path. Local option, again, the legislation is still being being worked on. So it's not clear whether the state will require that that be presented to the voters in full. But all the paths definitely go through through town meeting at least before it goes to before they get implemented.
But you'd agree that's not the same as asking the voters to decide the question on the ballot.
I certainly agree, but some of these options, some of these implementation paths would have to go through the voters. You know, well, I mean, yeah.
It's also not the same as not asking them. So I think that it will be determined by the committee that the select board appoints, and so we should give them a chance to appoint it.
Yeah, another way of saying it is there is certainly a full townwide election between now and any implementation, right? There's going to be the May election before any of this would get determined. So if the actual voters really object, even if we're going through one of the options which only requires a vote of town meeting, there's certainly an opportunity for the voters to make their opinions known before town meeting takes that vote.
Okay. Any further discussion before we move on?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Would you mind ending the screen share?
I'm working on it.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I think one of the things, I want to address one of the assumptions here, which is that our current system is working. And I would say with municipal voter turnout, this is of registered voters who are turning out in municipal elections, is so abysmally low. At the high range, if we get just a little over 20%, we think that's a really great turnout. And again, these are folks who are registered, who show up in the primaries and will show up in November to vote in the presidential election, but aren't showing up to vote in our local elections. I think there are a couple things that ranked choice voting might do for us to actually get more folks running and B, voting. So in terms of getting more people running, you wouldn't have that sense that, oh, if I run, I'm going to take away, I'm going to detract from someone else. In fact, what you would say is, hey, I'm going to run and I might only get 200 votes, but there's some really important issues that I think the town needs to address, and I'm going to use this as a platform to speak to those issues that maybe other candidates aren't addressing, while knowing I'm not going to, I might not sort of negatively impact the election, whatever way that means to me. The other thing is for candidates, but incumbents in particular, one of the things incumbents want everyone to show up again who've showed up for them in the last election, and because that's how they got elected in the first place. What we want is people to be able to reach out beyond their own base or beyond those people that are already inclined to support them, to actually talk to people in precincts that are very different than theirs, maybe more urban or more suburban than their precinct, to people that have very different ideas than them, and to try to understand what it is that they're concerned about, and to think about that in their own platform and in their own campaigning, rather than dismissing those folks out of hand because they're from some demographic that won't traditionally vote for them anyway. And so I can see, that kind of outreach leading to hopefully greater participation, and for people that, if they only had two options, might not show up to the polls at all, but if they have somebody that better speaks to their issues, even if that person doesn't stand the same kind of chance of winning, they know that they can show up to the ballot and at least have their voice heard in that respect too. So I think we should always be looking for ways to expand the franchise, and as well as ways to better get at the express needs of our community, and that this could be one of the ways to do that. So I agree. I'll also say it's always difficult to ask petitioners of any warrant article, what do other people not like about it? It's difficult to make someone else's case for them. And so I do think that's why we have this process where folks can make public comment, which I know folks will now, and then also through the town meeting process where we can hear all views before making decisions. And then finally, just to say, this is also to study this issue further, is what this article is about. And I think that that the petitioners, I say this as a co-petitioner, but the petitioners who presented tonight have laid out the case that that there is the the time and folks willing to commit the energy to engage in this study.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone in the queue to speak from the public?
Yes, David Curringham.
It's Crewing House, thanks.
Okay, great. Go right ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is David Crewinghouse, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 11. I'm supportive of this article because of many of the reasons listed by the petitioners, but I also like to point out that it would enable us to avoid costly and low turnout primaries, which end up eliminating lots of candidates that people might vote for in the general when they actually go. I believe in many of these reasons because I lived in Minneapolis during the years, including the ranked choice voting, when ranked choice voting passed in 2006, and then also during the first few citywide elections in 2009 and 2013. And I've seen all the benefits firsthand. We had a strong voter education effort, and turnout has been going up every cycle, and it's going up in every ward in the city. And residents in every ward overwhelmingly report that they find ranked choice voting easy to understand. And a high percentage of voters actually do rank more than one choice. And just one example, when the current mayor was elected in 2017, there were more than 15 candidates. And in the end, he received votes from more than 50% of ballots, which demonstrates RCV's effectiveness in complicated races, in the kind of races that we have here in important elections. I think it works in the manner described by the petitioners, and I'd urge you to recommend favorable action on warrant Article 18.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? Deb?
Yes, the next person signed up for public comment is Kay Vanderseel. She's been promoted to a panelist. We're in the process.
So, hi, I'm Kaya Vanderzeel, town meeting member from Precinct 15, member of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Speaking for myself here, I first got involved in, and I'm supportive of this just from the get-go. I first heard about ranked choice voting more than 10 years ago when I went to an event at one of my partners in the medical practice I was in, held an event at her house in Lexington about this. I didn't get it at first. So over time, I've actually come to understand it better, and I think it's a good way to go forward. I'm also fairly active in League of Women Voters, and ranked choice voting is one of their priority items on their agenda this year. So in terms of arguments against this, I actually was very interested in this. I wanted to know what they were because I knew what the advantages were. So League of Women Voters in Sudbury actually had an event about this, which I was not able to attend. So usually they present both points of view, and I don't know who they had on the con side. Finding someone on the con side is not easy, but the Edward Kennedy Institute did find someone. I believe he is not in Massachusetts because he kept saying, well, it might be different in Massachusetts. So it makes me think that he isn't in Massachusetts. So a few of his things that he objected to was this advantages sophisticated voters. To me, that's a non-argument. You just have to educate everybody as to how it works. And I think that is something that we can do, especially here in Brookline. That is, there is the ballot's too complicated. There will be misvoting. Yeah, that can happen with any ballot. And the one that really was my favorite and the easiest to debunk, I think, is that you disenfranchise all those people who voted for people who were down the ballot and never made it to the last two. Well, you do that all the time with the way we vote because only the winner wins. You disenfranchise everybody. They might as well just stayed home or not voted on that particular one. So that is, that's some of the things he said, but I urge you to listen to it because it's definitely worth listening to. I may have missed some points because I wasn't listening 100% the whole time. So the other
30 seconds.
Okay, great. The other interesting thing is all the candidates who ran in the Congressional District 4 actually approve of this, even the winner. Voting machines, when we get new voting machines, which we need anyway, we should get ones that can accommodate this. It's just like putting solar ready roofs on places. This is what you need to do. So please vote favorable action on this.
Thank you. Next person, Devin.
At this time, there are 14 attendees of the meeting and no one has used the hand raise feature or Q&A to indicate they'd like to make a further comment.
Okay, it's 7:55. Any other questions, comments from the select board? No. Okay, let's close this hearing. Thank you for the discussion on ranked choice voting. Next, another one of the Ananian warrant articles is warrant article 31 and 32, I believe, right?
Yeah, they're separate. Miriam Ashkenazi is
I'm
the
sorry.
31.
Yes. Okay. It's the 36 and 37, which are probably together. Okay. State what you want to say about warrant article 31.
Hello, this is Miriam Ashkenazi, town meeting member, precinct 13, speaking on behalf of warrant article 31. I am petitioning with Scott and Ann Weaver, Scott and Annie and Ann Weaver. On June 2020, the town meeting made the moral decision to defund any more appeals and prevent any more taxpayer money being spent on the case of firefighter Gerald Alston. As you may recall, he was treated in a racist and discriminatory manner by the town, and this was determined by the Massachusetts judicial body. At the time of the vote, there was some question to its effectiveness as it related to vague wording in the bylaws to the executive branch's discretion on spending on litigation. This warrant article 31, clarifies the language in the bylaw to make it clear that the legislative branch has not given up its authority about how town funds are spent just because they relate to litigation. As one of our constituents told us, this is not micromanaging the executive branch. This is a break glass in case of an emergency remedy. The select board has no inherent executive power in this area, and town meeting must be respected. This warrant article helps to ensure that that happens. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the select board? This is a public hearing. Would you like to open up the public hearing now?
I have a little bit to say too, but I can take questions first if you prefer.
Well, Mr. Ananian, why don't you state your say?
Okay, we're gonna. I'm always with the slides. So just this is recapping. This is very familiar to you, I'm sure, because this was the select board action. Town meeting passed a condition of appropriation in June. On July 14th, the select board announced by majority vote that they would continue with this case in its normal course. The vote was 3-2. The select board action was contested in a court case, which has no relation to this warrant article. Regardless of whether or not the select board had opinion about the validity of the town meeting action is true, it's certainly true that the town meeting may take back the authority by amending the bylaw, and that's what's being done here. It's as short a warrant article as I could possibly write. It just adds a clause that makes it very explicit that the select board cannot expend town funds for litigation if the town meeting has expressly barred that. And that's all there is to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I have a question or two.
Okay.
I want to thank the sponsors of this article. I do think this is, they've done a responsive thing here. They've taken an action that led to some controversy subsequent to town meeting as to whether town meeting actually has this authority, and they've tried to remedy it with proposed language. I would simply make the case that I think the remedy points to why the original interpretation of the bylaw as written before they made this change, or they proposed to make this change, that the select board necessarily and by bylaw has this unique authority and that it is not shared with town meeting. I would argue that this attempt to change it proves the wisdom of the original bylaw and of leaving that authority with the select board. There's a number of ways that I could sort of approach why I think that is true, but I'll just give an example. I'll give one example. Do the sponsors intend that this apply proactively? Could the town meeting say in the future, if there is a lawsuit under these circumstances, no funds shall be spent on it by the select board?
I think that's a fair that's a fair question. I think the language would permit that. I think that's a debate for a future town meeting. If there is something that was so egregious and so imminent, I would argue that would actually be a constructive debate in helping the town steer its strategies with regard to some future controversy in town. I think it does a town a disservice in some sense to be litigating this retrospectively and trying to rend our clothes about actions that were already taken. I think if we were to use this language in the way that you proposed, John, I think it would actually help steer the town in a more productive way. Thanks.
All right, so if you were to do it proactively, how would you anticipate whether the town is going to be sued in a given situation? And what is to protect the town in terms of the fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers? What is to protect the town from some individual or individuals lobbying to compel settlement in a case and then instituting the case to get the settlement?
Mr. Van Scoyoc, you're debating an article which has not yet been filed, or even for an issue which is entirely hypothetical. I think that debate would be an interesting one to have at some future town meeting, but I can't possibly speculate on it now.
I would like to add that this doesn't take away the ability of the town to fight litigation. This just clarifies that town meeting gets some say in how those funds are spent. And I think that originally your interpretation of the warrant article bylaw is that the select board has discretion to make this decision. And for others, including myself, the interpretation of the bylaw is that in fact, town meeting does have some discretion and oversight. So that is the core disagreement here. And this warrant article is meant to clarify how that bylaw is interpreted. So I think it will be up to town meeting members then to vote on this warrant article to determine how they think that this warrant article, how this bylaw should be interpreted.
So Miriam, I thank you for that answer. Excuse me, but frankly, Scott surprised me with his answer because I thought for sure he would say, well, there's no way we could proactively say you shall not spend money if there is a lawsuit filed. And then I was going to say to Scott, well, then how is the select board to respond when a suit is filed and it doesn't know if town meeting is going to actually intervene and try to block the spending of further funds? Should the select board take on the lawsuit, or should the select board immediately convene a town meeting to determine should we take on this lawsuit and the expense of it? But, Scott gave a different answer, which I've tried to sort of tease out the implications of that, which I think are almost impossible to imagine that we would, in fact, give town meeting proactive authority over lawsuits that haven't even been filed yet. It is too much for my mind to contemplate.
I think that you can find theoreticals to discuss for everything. And I think that what you have before you is an actual, and that's where we should be focusing our energies. I think, again, you're talking about a situation that may never arise. And if we start crafting our town government based on every potential theoretical, then town government will absolutely be completely useless.
Well, I would politely disagree with you on the difference between a theoretical and an actual. I'm trying to give you actuals which are representative of the kinds of decisions the select board has had to make and will have to make. And I'm trying to get you to explain how town meeting would be positioned to make those same decisions in the event of lawsuits.
Mr. Van Scoy, it's sort of very simple. Town meeting has control of the budget. That's the title of the article as submitted. And so if some future hypothetical came up, the worst case remedy would be that the town would have to go back to town meeting to ask for funds to do something, which is something we already do for reserve fund transfers, and many other things. The established precedent is that town meeting has control of the budget. If you need budget for something which town meeting has not yet appropriated for, you need to ask town meeting for that money.
Got it. As you know, the settlement of lawsuits often involves a process of offer, counter offer, counter offer, counter offer. And would we have to go back to the town meeting each time there was that kind of back and forth in the negotiation process?
I would expect that you would find language negotiated with the advisory committee to allow you to do what you needed to do.
Well, thank you for answering these questions. I'm just, I hope you'll understand. I'm just trying to help, everyone who's going to face this question at town meeting to think through some of the complexities of what is being proposed and the reasons why, under the bylaw that we have lived with for a long time now, the responsibility for settling lawsuits has rested exclusively with the select board.
I think that is arguable, but I accept your point.
Well, if you didn't think it was arguable, you wouldn't have bothered to try to change the bylaw.
No, I explicitly said
That's
this
right.
is unrelated. There is a court case.
Can
right?
I just interject? I think Raul has been very patiently waiting to ask a question.
I apologize.
No, I think I was just patiently waiting for this line of questioning to be over. But I'll defer for now. I know there's folks lined up for public comment too. Thank you, Heather.
Well, this is a public hearing. Let's listen to the public comments before we go further. Devin, who's in the queue?
Can I make a comment, please?
Are you in the queue? And who is this?
This
Oh,
is
you know who
Ann-
it is, Chair Green.
This is Ann Weaver. I'm a town meeting member and I'm co-authoring this warrant article. And I'd just like to say to John that hypotheticals are interesting, but they're not relevant for this discussion. This is not about settlements. This was about the town continuing to want to appeal a case that town meeting voted against funding. And that is why we have this warrant article in front of you tonight.
So this is just
You
about
can
one
talk
case.
about hypotheticals, but they're not relevant to this discussion. And this is not a discussion about settlements. You have not offered to make a settlement with Mr. Alston. This is about,
Oh, yes, we have. And this is about forcing us to settle with him.
no, this is not. This is about town meeting members and town meeting having control of the budget. And
Okay.
we voted against the town using any more town money to appeal this case.
Right,
That
okay,
is what this
got it.
vote is about, was about, and that is what this warrant article is about.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, Devin, who do we have in the queue?
The first person signed up for public comment is Ryan Black. Ryan, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin. Let's have honest discussions here. Select Board Member Van Scoyac, you simply don't think this lawsuit is racist, while the majority of town meeting thinks this lawsuit is racist, as evidenced by the June vote. And look, you can say you're throwing out all these hypotheticals, but really it's just like you didn't like the vote and you don't want them to kind of affirm their decision. So let's be honest about why you're throwing out all those hypotheticals. There's no moral or good governance argument against this warrant article at this point. The town, the majority of elected officials in town don't want to continue this lawsuit. And yet you're against this warrant article because you want to be able to continue it, which again, there's no good governance argument. There's no more, like I said, there's no moral argument to continue this. That's all I have to say. Just vote for this warrant article, affirm it, recommend at the town meeting. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thanks, Ryan. The next person signed up for public comment is Bob Lepton. Bob, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening again. Bob Lepson, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 9, also a member of the CDICR, speaking only for myself and not on behalf of the Commission. I just want to, I'm thinking about the origins of this warrant article and why this warrant article was necessary. All I know is that the Civil Service Commission came out and ruled against the town, and it was pretty clear in terms of the language of the Civil Service Commission as to why the town was at fault here. And then there was an appeal, and then more appeals, and more appeals, and more appeals. And the town meeting got to a point where we said, okay, enough is enough. It's time to end this, and that the amount of money that is being spent on behalf of these appeals, when it just didn't appear to be worthwhile, necessary, and it's time to correct, Chair Green, you had mentioned, yes, there was an attempt to try to get this settlement on the books. There's no question about it. It's time to end the case. That's the origin of this, right? And if we think about, has there ever in the history of this town, and not a town historian, but has there ever been a time when town meeting has said to the select board or to the advisory committee or to any other public body that it's time to end a litigation? As far as I know, it has never, ever happened before. This is a unique set of circumstances, and town meeting made its voice extremely clear. And the reason, and then the select board came and said, okay, town meeting, you don't have the power to do this. You don't have the power to tell us what to actually do. Well, town meeting said, you know what, in fact, we do. And you know what, and the reason why this warrant article needs to be there is because there's this, you call it a loophole, I'll call it a loophole. There's this loophole in the bylaw that says that town meeting has the power of the purse except for this.
You have 30 seconds.
Well, you know what? The warrant article is attempting to close that loophole and retain the power of the purse. I can't envision this ever happening again. Honestly, I can't. And it has never happened before. So this is really something that, in terms of hypotheticals, I can't even imagine for the next 100 years that we'll ever see a situation where town meeting will say to the select board, stop the litigation now. It just won't happen, because I think the select board will honor what the courts and what Civil Service Commission, whatever it happens to be, what those decisions are after multiple iterations. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
At this time, there are 15 attendees and no one else has indicated they'd like to make a public comment on this item.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move on to the next item. Mr. Nanian, what's the next one?
Bernard, can I just make a brief comment?
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, one of the things, this came up during the past debate around these issues, and one of the things that I've seen is maybe some kind of hole or bug in the system where town meeting doesn't have its own independent counsel, and so we're getting advice from our counsel about this and whether or not it is will stand the legal test if passed by town meeting. But I don't know that town meeting members have their own counsel that's independent of our counsel, which is, of course, you would expect here to represent the interest of the board itself. And so I just think that it's difficult for me to parse out exactly the likelihood of something like this to withstand a challenge if passed by town meeting. And so I'll be continuing to think about this and hopefully hearing from a variety of perspectives in-house as well as outside of the house.
Okay, so let's move on to the next warrant article. And that is warrant article 32, which is resolution budget equity.
And Bonnie Bastian is the lead on this.
Pardon me?
Bonnie Bastian will be presenting first on this.
Well, speak, Ms. Bastian.
Bonnie had just been promoted to a panelist, but I no longer see her in the panelist list. Okay, there she is. Maybe some connectivity issues. All right, Bonnie, I am going to unmute you and then you can share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, everyone, again. Hold on one sec. Computer is very slow this evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in Precinct 5 and general organizer for Mutual Aid Brookline. Thank you for having me back again tonight. Warrant Article 32, also known as the Budget Equity Resolution, revisits the inequities in Brookline that Deborah Brown, Scott Ananian, and I were trying to mitigate back in June with our police budget amendments. We aimed to reallocate money from the police department to essential social services in Brookline, and that budget amendment failed. But many town meeting members agreed that the inequities we presented as reasons to amend the budget were indeed problems that needed to be addressed. Here we are 3 months later and over 6 months into the pandemic and nothing has been done. So now that we are in September and remote learning has begun, we have failed our communities in public housing whose children are struggling with insufficient Wi-Fi. We are failing our low-income families and elderly communities who suffer from food insecurity and an overwhelming amount of growing debt and more. These are problems Mutual Aid Brookline, the Food Pantry, and the Safety Net Fund and other groups in town are fighting to mitigate every day. We struggle. You guys have all heard this from me a few times now. We are overwhelmed. None of us have the reliable funding or the flexibility to be more than a very insufficient Band-Aid for the multiplying inequities during this pandemic. Since COVID-19, the Food Pantry is now serving 600 to 700 families each week, more than 4 times pre-COVID levels. And now I'm waiting for my computer to catch up. Sorry, y'all, I have the spinning beach ball of pain. Sorry, guys, old computer. If you can still hear me, maybe it makes sense to come back to me. I seem to have frozen entirely.
Okay, you have another speaker on this warrant article?
Yes, we have 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so Deborah Brown is next.
Deborah, you're muted.
Sorry. I'm still muted, aren't I? Am I still?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a long evening. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1, and a co-petitioner on this warrant article. And basically what I wanted to talk about is that equity should be an essential element in any budget process. And here in Brookline, we have a real disconnect between the town's stated priorities and its budget priorities. And we believe that one of them should be equity. In fact, if you look at the BFAC recommendations, you know, when they talk about encouraging budgeting to be more methodical and accountable, and to seek the highest benefit for dollar, we believe that, you know, the priorities that we're espousing would in fact do that. And that it's essential to build equity as part of a comprehensive approach to budgeting. And that can be done on a department by department basis. It could be incorporated into the different requirements on a line item basis. You all have that flexibility. There are a lot of communities that are actually incorporating equity into their budgeting process. Portland, Oregon is one, Chicago, Burlington. And in fact, if you look at HUD, even under this administration, they haven't shied away too much from making sure that equity is a part of much of its decision-making. So how did we get here? Well, first, you know, Bonnie was talking briefly about how this is not the first conversation we've had about the needs of our residents. I sent a letter, or we sent a letter May 6th, basically outlining a host of needs, didn't get anywhere. And so when we start thinking about priorities, you know, one of them is, you know, BHA's housing, the interior of their housing. And they will be the first to admit that they don't have the funding to make these repairs. I mean, clearly you're looking at a picture that is pretty horrible and something that we don't have. I don't live like this. I understand what it is to live like this, but I don't live like that now. And we can't expect people day in and day out to live like this. The state-funded housing is underfunded. I agree that the state and the federal government should do more, but I also believe that Brookline has a responsibility as well. And I like to say, Brookline may not be responsible for BHA, but it is responsible for the welfare of its residents. And so in terms of BHA properties, we're asking that, a minimum of 50 families be helped. That's $642,000. You heard about the Wi-Fi. I understand that this is a big step, but I also believe that it's an essential step that this town should be making on behalf of its least able. Thank you very much. Scott, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm juggling slides here for a second. Actually, Bonnie, do you want to finish your bit before I start mine? I'm getting.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I will pick up where I left off without my video and hope that we are good. So I was running down Mutual Aid Brookline and the food pantry and the safety net and all that we have been doing and how we are struggling and we're overwhelmed. Since COVID-19, the food pantry is now serving 600 to 700 families each week, which is more than 4 times pre-COVID levels. And in addition to this, Mutual Aid Brookline still has to catch people falling through the cracks with food and supply deliveries and a lot more. For some weeks now, we have been hovering around 18 to 22 deliveries a week, half of which are fully subsidized by Mutual Aid Brookline. We subsidize an average of $1,300 worth of groceries and supplies each week, which is about $5,200 per month. These past week, 92% of these deliveries are repeat clients, which indicates that the community is very much relying on us for resources. What we're trying to do with this warrant article is to build a more sustainable way to mend these tears in our community, to bake these priorities into the annual budget. But I understand that it is not always as simple as just moving money over to the food pantry or to the BHA. Things don't work that way. What we're asking for, if this resolution passes, is to make it your priority to get as creative as possible in the short term to work these ongoing needs into Brookline's annual budget. Get creative in finding ways around the anti-aid amendment to fund real sustainable solutions to food insecurity and the dire needs of our families living in BHA properties. We also want funding considered for the work of the task force on reimagining policing in Brookline and what they might need to address its recommendations in January. I want to be clear that I wouldn't want to see this clause used to allocate more money to the police department because real safety that works for all members of our community is an ecosystem. True public safety requires a strong system of social services outside of policing, and these services have historically gone way underfunded. And we will need support as we shift from our status quo ideas around public safety. So in closing, there has always been reason to do this work, to recenter our budget priorities squarely in inequity. But now in the economic destruction of the pandemic, there is no excuse. These shifts in budget priorities have the potential to be pivotal in making sure all communities in Brookline thrive. Thank you. That's it.
As before, I get my slides and show you the actual words of the resolution. I apologize for being the boring one. But a reminder, budgets are an expression of our priorities. And these are some of the needs. This isn't an exhaustive list. This is just a sort of illustrative list of some of the needs in town. And again, these are should be relatively familiar from the debate we had in June. Improvements to our affordable housing properties, kitchen repairs, things like a long-term planner to actually secure affordable housing long-term in town. We did allocate money for the community engagement planner position, and I thank the select board and the advisory committee for that, but we did not fund any program, did not provide any program funds for them. Deborah has spoken of the need for social workers. We still have needs for distance learning at the BHA properties as our public schools have gotten underway. Some of the limitations of the sort of interim plan they patched together have become very obvious. I still see, even in my son's classroom, kids really struggling with bandwidth issues. I know Chair Green struggles with bandwidth issues sometimes. So these are issues that affect us all and in an inequitable manner. There's also concrete needs like refrigerated storage space for the food pantry and mutual aid Brookline, which would let them serve more people. And again, implementation funds for the reimagining and reform to remove roadblocks from that work. So this is the actual wording of the resolution of the resolve clause, that we're committing to an inclusive and progressive budget for the next fiscal year. Prioritizing 5 things: affordable housing, efforts to reimagine and reform policing. Again, the goal here is to remove roadblocks from change, not so blindly allocate money there, but if funding is needed for a survey or for community engagement program or some meaningful change, that we remove any roadblocks in that way. Efforts directed at participation and inclusion, equitable access to schooling, and eliminating the needs, the effects of food insecurity, especially mitigating the effects of COVID-19. And that's all I have. Again, I urge you to vote favorable action. This is the budget, the way that a number of people sort of said they wanted to see it done in June. From the beginning of the process in the fall, setting out a clear path so that as it gets developed over the next couple of months, these real needs of our community can be prioritized. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Any discussion from the board? I just add, a lot of the things that you talk about, we do. And I could, run down a list of them, from the CDBG money that we've allocated to various programs at BHA, to the $10,000 or $50,000 that is in fact allocated to the 2 policing committees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would just say that from my view is that budgeting should be neither conservative nor liberal, or as we call it now, progressive, but prudent, given our resources and the values that we want to express by how we spend our finite resources. So that's my 2 cents.
May I just add quickly thoughts to this?
Yes, that's clear.
I feel like I keep trying to raise my hand, and that's not a thing that works in these meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry, Raul. I defer. Totally. Go for it.
Actually, people, well, I don't know what to do. Use the raise hand button there.
I can try that.
That catches my attention.
All right, sounds good. No, I think one of the well-made points that I think is embedded in this is is us figuring out, and maybe it's working with our state legislators to figure out how we can better unlock municipal dollars to address some of these concerns. CDBG funds, those are funds coming from the federal, as everyone here knows, coming from the federal government that we redirect to communities, and that's terrific, and let's keep doing that. But our municipal budget, it seems, has a lot to say about Parks and Recreation, and I'm glad it does. But it has very little to say about food insecurity or some other issues that these petitioners bring up around, like internet access and public housing, which we all know has been underfunded at the state level and at the federal level. And so, I think, the point especially about the anti-aid amendment and trying to figure our way through there. But I know in the lead up to figuring out the safety net funding and what we could contribute, it's important for folks to know, what we contributed as a town is through the CDBG funds, but there were some real barriers to us actually being able to take care of residents in our own community using the municipal funds that we had. And I, of the thing that I think is most important in all of this, this article is the need for us to come up with creative and completely legal solutions to these problems. And if that means working with our legislators to do it, then I think we should.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of creative ways that we could increase support for specific things legally now, but also for the most part, we are constrained by state law significantly, as well as just general principles of prudence in running a multi-million-dollar budget. Did John? Yeah, okay, John.
So yeah, and I apologize to Raul for not raising my hand before. So I think that this article and the work that has been done on it by the sponsors raises some very interesting issues for the town that need to be dealt with. The one that I'm going to highlight, because I fear that without putting some sort of focus on this issue, people who are considering the very worthy goals of this proposal will lose sight of how truly groundbreaking the proposal is. Here's what I mean. If you go back through the history of the relationship of the town to the Brookline Housing Authority for years and years, decades and decades, you won't find, I don't think, any examples, but maybe you'll find a handful of where, other than through Brookline working with the Housing Authority to apply for federal CDBG funds, or Brookline working with the Housing Authority to get funding or get programs through Steps to Success, or Brookline working with the Brookline Housing Authority to provide policing to the Housing Authority. Other than those examples, you will not find that there is a budget item in the Brookline municipal budget for funds for the Brookline Housing Authority. And the reason for that is that the Housing Authority governs housing that is created and is overseen by federal and state agencies. And so at the core of this resolution is a proposition. It's a proposition, you won't see it written out as such, but essentially it's there, that when there is a gap in the state funding of its housing authority projects, such that the state has allowed conditions of neglect to exist in their housing authority projects, or for all we know, when there is a gap in federal funding of their housing authority projects, such that conditions of neglect have been allowed to exist in federal housing authority projects, Brookline will step in and provide gap funding to redress the neglected parts of those housing authority projects. You don't just do that for 1 year. I mean, this is being presented to us as kind of this year, there's an emergency, we need to do this. You have to seriously consider, if you're going to commit to it this year, are you going to commit to it next year? Are you going to commit to it when the gap gets bigger? where is the money going to come from for Brookline to suddenly take on the brand new obligation of providing gap funding for state and federal housing when state and federal authorities fail in their obligation to adequately fund their own housing programs. And then you have to come up with an estimate for it. And then you have to come up with an explanation of where will the funds come from, not just this year, but next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. And what if it turns out the only way we can do that is to take from school programs, take from taking care of our streets, take from libraries, take from the police department. There is not, and if people think you can solve all these problems just by cutting the police department budget, you haven't looked at what this would cost in the out years to continue doing this. So then it becomes a trade-off. And guess what that's called? That's called the budgeting process. And so we're right back to where we started from, which is that you've got to deal with all of these questions in a budgeting process where you know what the trade-offs are. And this is not a budgeting process that's being presented to us. It's a proposal to create an entirely new area of Brookline budgetary spending for all time that is almost unpredictable based on how much the state and the federal government neglect their housing projects. And it does not contain information as to how much that's going to cost us or where the money is going to come from. And that's where my concerns lie in this.
Can I just
Raul
say
and
really
then Deborah.
briefly? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Just really briefly, you know, I agree with a lot of what John said. I think the reason we keep seeing warrant articles like this come our way is because we're not acting. So when John says you to do this, you to do that, the board is supposed to be doing this stuff. If we as a board agree, and we haven't really had a discussion about this, but let's presume we all get together and agree that those gaps do exist, and that we can either say one of two things, you know, I wish the state would do more or the feds would do more, or we could say, hey, these are folks in our community who are either hurting or not getting the kind of support and living environment that we know they need to be healthy. We just had the advisory board for public health candidates on earlier. We know they need that. What is our responsibility to do something about that? And so we see this town meeting after town meeting where folks say, well, you haven't gone through the process and you're bringing up ideas and you don't know, you know, this needs to be done this way, but fail to recognize that the board hasn't taken leadership over saying, let's come together and let's actually start to work our way through these issues. And it's going to take time, it won't happen in a meeting or whatever. You know, this is why, you know, I've written to the chair and proposed that we have a conversation about creating a board BHA partnership, the way that there's a sort of town BHA partnership, the way we have one with the schools, to really talk about these issues and work together to figure out how to meet the needs for those who need it most. Like that to me also, as the chair said, it shouldn't be partisan or controversial or anything. I think that we are the ones that need to show leadership here, and we can sit back and criticize the way that people, you know, the warrant articles that come our way, or we can actually step up and say, look, there clearly is a, you know, the community is telling us that these are issues that need to be addressed. And there's one body that is elected to show leadership in addressing those issues, and that's us.
I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that.
Okay. The issue is, you know, it's nice to talk about what we need to do. The question is, can we do it? We have to come up with ways in which we can do it legally. And it's just, there's no magical wand that says that we can come up with money or spend that money once we come up with it for the things that we may want to spend it on. You know, there are things we can do. You know, there are ways in which we can direct the general fund to certain social service type expenditures that are sort of outside the norm or outside the, you know, regular stuff. There's also the possibility of override. to fund this stuff, because that's really what you're talking about. I mean, there's no money, there's not money in the police department and the Parks and Recreation Department or any other departments to begin to fix these problems. I mean, we're talking about increasing our revenues, and the override is, one of the few ways we have to do that. So, in other words, this is not an easy problem to solve. It's not a problem that's going to be solved, overnight. Okay, this is a public hearing, so let's open it up to the public at this
First
point.
person signed up for comment on this issue is being promoted, Mike Sandman.
Mr. Sandman.
Hi, Mike Sandman, Chair of the Advisory Committee. I'd like to follow on to what Raul said. We can't, as a practical matter, we can't really offset the inadequacies of federal or state funding, but it's important for the leaders of the town to have a very careful look at our overall priorities. I think this resolution is not perfect. After all, it hasn't gone through the advisory committee yet, so how could it be? But is nonetheless an important statement, and I hope that you'll give it serious consideration.
Thank you.
Signed up for public comment is Ryan Black.
Hi, everyone. This is going to be all over the place, so apologize in advance for that. First of all, Select Board Member Vince Goik's points confuse me because he acknowledges that the BHA properties are in a state of neglect. He acknowledges those gaps exist, that the problems are real. And then he frames the town stepping up to fill those gaps as a bad thing. Because that's really odd to me, because what the town stepping in to fill those gaps means helping people, particularly vulnerable people. And I know housing is only one component of this warrant article, but I don't know, I feel like any town government should making sure good quality, affordable housing is available to all its residents. That's a pretty basic tenet of good governance. And if memory serves correctly, like thinking back to and I'm moving on to a slightly different point here. If memory serves correct, the writers of the warrant articles last June, and Bonnie, Deborah, feel free to correct me, but you all balanced like addressing these needs with cuts from the police department. So I think framing this as this is a seismic shift as opposed to like just a minor to medium reallocation of funds and priorities. I mean, we're not talking about overhauling the entire town government. We're talking about, let's just move some money from this budget over to here because the latter is more in need. So actually, maybe if Deborah or Bonnie could follow up about that point, that'd be appreciated. But yep, I'll yield the rest of my time, but please vote favorable action on this warrant article. Thank you.
Okay, who else do we have in the queue?
That is the conclusion of public comment on this item.
Okay, any further discussion from the select board? Okay, let's close the hearing and let's move on to, what's the next one? 36 and 37.
We did just have a request in Chair Green. Do you want to?
A request for what?
Elizabeth Neal is requesting to speak. I believe it's just on the public hearing that closed.
Oh, okay. We'll reopen the public hearing so that she can speak.
I do want to make the board aware that it is almost 9:15 when the presidential debate begins.
Yes.
And a few petitioners have requested to be done by then. So
we're not going to make it. So turn on your recorder.
Thank you so much for reopening. I pushed the wrong button, so I apologize for being late in my request.
I do it all the time.
This is our world now, right? I just wanted to say thank you all so much for taking the time to review this article, to talk about this resolution. And I wanted to call attention to the fact that it is the budget equity resolution, right? So we're not trying to take money from things that we all hold dear, right? Leave the libraries alone, for goodness sake. But we do need to recognize that the conditions in Brookline right now are not equitable, right? So we have people who are going without food. We have people who are quarantining in moldy apartments. And that's just fundamentally not what we want as Brookline residents. So I think, you know, looking at the budget, having some serious conversations is something that we all need to do. I'm happy to do it with you. I will go through the numbers. I will find the money. But I do think we all need to make that a priority, to recognize that we are not all residents of Brookline, and so we all receive the same amount of care and sustainability. So I'll be brief. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, unless there's anyone else in the queue, I'd like to close this hearing. And unless there's anything further from the select board, I'd like to move on to Articles 36 and 37, which are similar, although I think one we will consider and the other we won't.
Hello again.
Lanian, you again.
Yes, this one is I'm out on front. This is the only one that I'm taking the lead on. So this will be very familiar to you. To some degree, I'm going to be preaching to the choir here, I hope. Serving on the select board and school committee is a lot of work. I'm sure you agree. And more than that, work without pay can be inequitable and unprofessional. Brookline has a proud tradition of volunteerism, and this should certainly be honored and preserved. However, once the demands of a position get to a certain point, continuing without pay is first inequitable. It excludes people who can't afford to donate that much time to the town. Again, not to dismiss the many contributions of people who volunteer time that they can't really afford to. You know, some people have made extraordinary sacrifices to the town, but it does impact our ability to get diverse viewpoints on many issues. I mean, of how many people, for that matter, can stay up late and watch this select board meeting? It's a lot. It's a lot. In warrant article 29 in 2019, we resolved as a town that we should try to build inclusion in town elected bodies with a goal of town meeting to more closely reflect the community from which it's elected, and this advances that goal. And to some degree, it's unprofessional. We struggle to attract the best candidates for office because, honestly, you know, the people who are really well qualified can, and you, all of you, I'm sure, can earn much more money putting these talents to use in the private sector than you can doing it for the town. And again, which is to say that we really appreciate the time you volunteer and the sacrifices you're making. But it's unfair to ask that much of everyone who wishes to contribute to our town. And to some degree, it's fiscally irresponsible. I know select board members often have real life jobs, and to the extent that you know, they have to put bacon on the table, it means that some of our responsibilities or our oversight that we'd like to do, we simply can't because our candidates don't have the time to devote. They do actually have to you know, pay the bills. So this is, I think, a modest proposal, with apologies to Jonathan Swift. It's not a wholesale reinvention to town government. It's not going to eliminate the need for elected officials to sacrifice their time and earnings to serve our town. For a job which requires 20+ hours a week, a stipend of $30,000 for select board or $15,000 for the school committee is what's proposed here, which is, you know, 0.1% of the town and school budgets respectively, depending on exactly how you count. And it increases the overall select board budget by a very modest amount. It increases the school committee budget slightly more because their base budget is less. But again, we were talking about temporary repairs to a skating rink, which costs twice as much as stipends to our select board would cost the town. So this is a repeat to some degree of an article that was brought in fall of 2019. I made a few specific changes to address comments that were specifically raised on the floor of town meeting. One of them was lowering the stipend amounts slightly. It comports with the BFAC committee recommendations and the needs of COVID-19, you know, the budget needs that it's put on our town. And it slightly more controversially, perhaps, is that I eliminated the gap between the chair and the other members. This avoids perverse incentives for the chair, which some people raised, and acknowledges the complexity of current co and vice chair situations. I believe you currently have a co-chair who's not paid any more than a regular member. It just seems like litigating these fine details and figuring out exactly how much every member should earn, depending on how many committees they chair, perhaps it just seemed like that was not the way to go. The role of chair is still a volunteer service to our town, and I think above all, the select board is still a volunteer service to our town. $37 isn't market rate for that service. In response to some concerns that were raised about the pension impact, the wording was changed to total cost of compensation, which allows the town to ensure that as much as possible, its actual cost is $30,000. If there's a pension or other obligations that are imposed, those get deducted from the current amount, which I think is only fair. As a working person, I have the choice. For example, healthcare is often raised as something which could bite us in the end. I've got the option of whether to get healthcare from my job or my wife's job, and those costs are fungible, right? If a select board member elected to get healthcare from the town and it reduced the stipend, it means that they don't have to pay for it in their other place of work, perhaps, or on their own, and so it's still money in the bank. I think that's fair. That just works. And Wilshinsky actually suggested that language originally. We addressed it at the school committee because some of the comments at town meeting were that it was inequitable to pay one of the major boards in our town while not paying the other. Some people object strongly to that. I've brought them as two separate articles so that folks can vote their conscience on each one independently. And to some degree, this is the proper timing. One of the complaints raised in the fall was that it was at the wrong time in the budget cycle, and that it was supposed to be brought in the spring with the rest of the budget. Well, I did bring this in the spring, but events intervened. I still think this is the right time to allow the stipends to be included in the spring 2021 budget process. Some comparative data, preaching to the choir, I'm sure, a Norfolk County commissioner is paid $40,000 a year for one meeting a week, which is 30 minutes long. That's 10x the current select board stipends for half an hour a week. And they'd still be paid more than the select board members for less work if this warrant article passes. Historically, if you look at the amount that the town has paid to select board members, this is on par with what we paid all the way up until 1948, from the founding of the town up until now. The current value is in the range of 36 to as much as $60,000 at one point for the chair. It's only the fact that we did not raise the stipends from 1948 to the present that caused them to be so inadequate. So again, this is not a radical proposal. This is sort of returning us to our roots as to what the town historically has paid the select board. And it's on par with what our neighboring cities and towns cost, per capita population. Rather lower than, for example, Somerville pays its executive team, half that much. So it's again, it's not a crazy proposal here. This is the wording. As I mentioned, there's one small amendment to the text as it's printed, which is that the distinction between members and chairs was eliminated. Other than that, it's straightforward. And that's my piece. I do recommend favorable action. I know that that in the past the select board has abstained from these. I would like to encourage you to find some way to voice your experience, because I think of all people, you best know how much the select board works and what sacrifices you're making to hold this job. And I feel like that voice was to some degree missing in the last debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion from the select board? This is a public hearing, by the way. We might as well do a public hearing for both of the warrant articles, 36 and 37, even though they do cover different topics. But let's see, what should we do? Why don't we hear from the proponents of warrant article 37 now, and then have a joint discussion.
You're going to take comment from the board first?
Well, I was thinking that we hear from warrant article 37 and then have comments from the board and open up. I think it's just a more efficient way of doing it. So, is that you again, Scott, or is that someone else?
Proponent of 37?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sort of presenting both of them. Like I said, I think it is the equitable thing to do, but people do have specific concerns perhaps with one or the other. And so I let people vote their conscience independently. But from my perspective, both boards do an enormous amount of work and deserve to be compensated. The only reason the school committee stipend is lower is because there's more members of the board. So it puts the total compensation for the entire board at roughly the same amount. In theory, it means they're splitting the work 11 ways instead of 5, or 9 ways instead of 5. But if you talk to them, I'm not sure that's the case, but that's the theory.
Okay, good. Comments from the board on either one of these? And I think we have
I'll
we're
comment.
entitled. Yeah, we're entitled to speak on 36 as well as 37.
I'll comment.
Great. Yes, Ms. Heller.
So I see, look, there's nobody who knows more about how much work we put in. And I've been on the school committee for a number of years, so I know that scene as well. But having said that, I will also say our well is not bottomless. We frequently worry about where we're going to get the money for X, Y, or Z thing. And we had the discussion tonight about the equity resolution. So I think even though it's in the scheme of things, a smallish amount of money overall, I still think that I would rather see it spent on things that are really important to the town, like, beefing up our social services, if that's what we can do. I mean, where are we going to take this money from? And are we going to shortchange our departments and this goes for the schools too. I suspect that the school committee members would say, we want to spend that money on the schools. And I certainly felt like that when I was on the school committee. So, that's just my view of it. I recognize that it's a lot of work, but we've always been able to find capable people to be on the boards, and I imagine that will continue whether or not we have these stipends.
Okay, any other, Mr. Fernandez?
Thanks. Yeah, so I know last year that this came up and we didn't take it up as a board. I'm glad that we're taking it up this time. And also as board members, we abstained during the vote and didn't really speak on it. And I, for one, regret that. I think that there are two ways to think about this. One is that there's a conflict of interest in board members or school committee members, for that matter, weighing in on whether or not they should get a raise. The other way to think about this is that this isn't about us. This is about all the people that that could potentially be us if there was more access for them to be able to do this work. And it's, I've certainly heard from enough folks, and I'm sure we'll hear from them in the lead up and during town meeting, for whom this would be a determining factor. Obviously, all of us have gone into this work with the knowledge that we weren't going to get paid, at least not much for it. And by the way, to the 20 hours, if there's a way to do this job in 20 hours, I haven't figured out how to do it. I don't know that a lot of board members have. It takes a lot more time than that to do this work, and I'm sure the same is for the school committee. So, the way I think about this is that there's some costs associated to this, but it's short money. That it's an investment in providing greater access to participate in our democracy for those for whom this would make a difference. And that's not going to be everybody. Some folks won't need this, won't want it. They're welcome to reject it and say, as I've heard at least one school committee member say, I would actually donate this to the school. Folks are welcome to do that if that's something that they're financially able to do. But there's certainly others for whom I do think this is going to make a difference. And so I'm looking forward to more conversations about this. I know we're not voting tonight anyway, but I'd say don't expect, I can't sit on the side anymore. And I really regret last year sitting on the sidelines and letting folks have this conversation and not having heard from select board members, or at least not sitting select board members about it. So I'll be more vocal this time around.
Okay. Any other comments from the board before we go? Ms. Hamilton? Sorry.
No worries. So I'm very conflicted about this. In the end, I will probably abstain. I was disappointed when it did not pass last year, just because I'm one of 2 members now on the board with a full-time job, and it is very difficult to try to balance both, to have a full-time job that pays my bills and also give back to this town, because we've gotten to the point where people expect immediate responses. They don't understand how town government works, and trying to do all of our business once a week when other towns meet bi-weekly, it's just incredibly inefficient. It's an extraordinary responsibility that we're tasked with. So I think the compensation would actually help diversify this board. There are a lot of people with full-time jobs that would be able to reduce their hours and then also serve on this select board. So I think we would get more people to come out with different life experiences. That being said, as a sitting select board member, I realize we don't have a bottomless budget, and I am completely sympathetic to, prioritizing our precious dollars for things that people are really struggling with right now. So if I were to be paid through tax dollars, I certainly wouldn't be in a position to turn it down, but I also would feel incredibly guilty that it is not going towards more worthy causes.
Well, I think what we all do, especially you, is very worthy. A separate issue from this compensation issue. But any further comments before we open up to the public? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm sorry, John, did you have something?
Yes, thanks. I'll just note that I am going to abstain on this, and at the same time, for those who didn't follow the debate last time around, the position I took then was one of asking people to give some serious thought to this before they embarked on the change, because of some concerns I had about the impact it would have on volunteerism, and some concerns I had about the possible pension implications, and a concern that I had that it wasn't shared with the school committee, which I think, is an equally worthy to be paid if the select board is. And Scott has addressed, for the most part, and the sponsors have addressed most of the concerns that I raised, which I thank them for, and I give them great credit for it. The one thing I want to say, having already said I'm going to abstain on this, I do hope that during the discussion of this, whether it's a town meeting or in any other forum, we do not hear it said that volunteering is a luxury good. That argument has been raised as though to say only rich people can afford the time that it takes to volunteer. And I worry that without intending to, people who make that argument discredit and do dishonor to the enormous number of hours of volunteerism that are contributed by people who are not wealthy and who stretch everything in their lives in order to volunteer, in addition to working hard, and and despite not living a luxurious lifestyle. And so that's one argument that I hope we have laid to rest and won't hear again.
John, could I respond to that? I was the one who originally said that. And I just wanted to clarify, again, maybe on public record, that the context is perhaps being taken out of context. The context is, I work for
Welcome to my world.
What?
I was joking. Welcome to my world.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I work for one of the largest volunteer projects in the world, Wikipedia, right? And so it's a phrase that we use at work as part of our exploration and why we have trouble getting contributions to this encyclopedia from certain parts of the world, right? And the fact is, it's one of many things that lower income places, don't have as much time to volunteer for things that are at the top of Maslow's pyramid, for example. And so I think it's just a fact of life that if you're working 5 jobs to just make ends meet, that you don't have as much time to dedicate to non-essential things. Certainly, my intention was never to disparage volunteerism as a sort of plaything of the wealthy or something. My very job depends on volunteer work, and so that's it's certainly something I respect very highly.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, anyone in the queue for public comment?
Yes, at this time we have 2 people signed up for public comment. The first is Bonnie Bastian. Bonnie, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, thanks for having me back again. As someone who would be unable to run for select board without a stipend like this, I want to voice my large support for it. I fully understand the financial issues with something like this. You have a lot of warrant articles addressing equity that you all need to look at and weigh. But I also want to address Heather's comment about more worthy causes. There are plenty of worthy causes in our laps right now, but building equity into the power structure of our government is very, very worthy of a stipend like this, of this warrant article, because this is how change happens. This is how we don't have the problems that we have right now. If you had someone sitting here that has experience in housing, they might be able to shed some light. They might be able to foresee things before they happen while they're thinking about this legislation or whatever you guys are deciding on. Equitable access to power is very, very, very important. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Heather, Devin.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much, Deborah Brown, Precinct 1. Heather, I've heard you raise sort of the issue of having to work. And you can't do your job easily if you are at a select board meeting and 3 other meetings during the course of the week until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And I'm just going to get personal here. I look at the fact that, people are at a certain point in their lives, or there's, none of you all have young children. And I think if you had the responsibility of young children, then the idea of pay might be different. I mean, I honestly think that as Bonnie said, warrant articles 36 and 37 are really, if you look through that equity lens, you see how, you might attract different people. If you look at it even through the BFAC lens, you might attract people, with more of a financial management experience who could afford not to go to work or do some different kind of work. I think Brookline has 60,000 people. When we decided that we weren't going to pay people, how big were we? 10,000? I think it's a gross and unwieldy burden, largely to put on any young person. And for that reason, I wholeheartedly support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the queue, Devin?
Yes, the next person signed up is Nicole McClellan. Nicole, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Nicole McClellan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 11. I told Scott at the beginning of this I was not getting involved this time around because I did not have time. So I'll make this brief. I hadn't planned to speak. I will say one thing I've noticed is, this is a town where we talk a lot about equity and inclusion. But I hear the question, where are we going to get this money from? Not frequently, but almost always when we're talking about measures that cost money to introduce more equity and inclusion than we currently have. That's when people start saying, where are we going to get the money from? Our town budget is $359 million per year. This represents less than 0.1% of our annual budget. The money can be found. And it's troubling to me that we put the stop on these measures and become very fiscally conservative when there is a change that would allow more people to participate in our democracy and our government. I agree that we have always found capable people. As Select Board Member Heller said, capable is insufficient. Capable is good. That's a great start. But there are still voices that are missing. There are still people who are missing. In the past 20 years of select board races, half as many women have run as men. And that is not because women don't want to be doing this. That's because women are still primary caregivers and if they have young children at home, it's very difficult to fathom doing this job unpaid for 20, let's be real, 30 hours per week without any compensation for that. Imagine a single mother or a single father trying to fathom that. This is almost impossible for them. Capable people is insufficient. We should be striving for more than that. So we have to think about who has been missing for the entirety of our governance. I don't think our volunteer democracy is threatened at all by this. Like Scott said, this basically restores the original vision of compensation for the select board. We still have literally over 100 boards and commissions where people can volunteer their time. I'm not running for a select board. I'm a town meeting member. That was supposed to be a minimal commitment. I'm doing well more than 20 hours per week on one commission and as a town meeting member. There's no threat to our volunteer democracy here. I think to the point of volunteerism being a luxury good, there should be some more nuance to that. I agree with you, John. But the ability to work for free for 25 hours a week or more automatically excludes people that cannot work for free for 25 hours per week or more. And we have to think about that. Just because people have been able to do that doesn't mean that we aren't missing people that should be represented, should have this opportunity.
You've reached 2 minutes.
Thank you. And we should make it equitable for them to just have a chance at this. Thank you.
At this time, there are 10 attendees and no one has indicated using the chat or hand raise feature that they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, any further questions from the board? Okay, let's close the hearing and move on to the next warrant article. Scott, you are released from duty.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, let's see. Warrant Article 2, collective bargaining.
We're going to take 28.
Pardon me?
28.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did mention that in the chat box. Fiscal education for town meeting members. Who's going to present on that? Mr. Sandman?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Article that was presented offered by the Long Range Planning and Policy Committee of the Advisory Committee, and it stems from our experience in holding hearings that a substantial number of town meeting members don't fully understand the way the budget is constructed, the limitations that we have, the amount of money that is actually available on a discretionary basis from year to year. And we think that it would be very, very helpful in getting town meeting members to look at proposals that come before them, especially outside of the budget cycle in November, to understand that if you take money away from one place, if you put money in a new place, you have to take it away from someplace else, or find some new source of revenue. And I think it's also useful for people to understand what the sources of revenue are, the extent to which real estate taxes cover our expenses versus other sources. The consequence of not having a reasonable understanding, and I'm not talking about an accountant's understanding, but just a reasonable understanding of how the budget works, is that we get unfunded mandates. So a resolution will pass suggesting that this or that expenditure should be added. The select board understandably takes that seriously. It should. It's the will of town meeting, after all, to say, here's what you should be spending money on. But nonetheless, if it's not funded, that is, if the money isn't earmarked or taken from some part of the budget and reduced from some other part, then it becomes very difficult for you, for that matter, to decide what to do in the next budget cycle. So the proposal is to run a voluntary course that we hope all town meeting members and members of other boards and commissions would attend. There's no penalty for not attending. We will presumably publish a list of who has attended and who hasn't attended. But the idea is to create something that would be not terribly onerous, an hour and a half, 2 hours perhaps, that would use material that already exists and has been put together by the Association of Municipal Finance Committees and offered to members. And of course, we can now offer this through Zoom because people are used to using it. So it's not a matter of undertaking any significant cost in opening a large room or anything of that sort. So I'm happy to take questions as to our intent, our thoughts about this from you folks.
Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Mike, thanks for this. I mean, I think it's absolutely, I think it's really important that folks understand how our finances work. The more you understand how our finances work, the more you understand what's possible. I would say not what's impossible, but what's going to be more difficult to get done. I think two questions. One, you mentioned what I'm reading here, unless it's been updated, says the word mandatory a few times. Is it mandatory or not mandatory?
No, it's a curious term. It's mandatory with no with no sanction. So it's sort of like if you're driving at 3 o'clock in the morning and you go through a stop sign and nobody sees you, then it's mandatory to stop at that sign, but you've gone through it.
Is it mandatory? Is it not? Is there no sanction because we don't have the right to sanction elected town meeting members in this way for not doing this, or is it because of there's some greater spirit to this?
It's no sanction because it just does not seem reasonable to try to impose a sanction on people. We expect people will respond in a responsible way, and if you think about, well, what would the enforcement mechanism be for this? It's really very difficult to figure out something to be appropriate. You can't very well kick somebody. You can't, by law, we can't kick somebody off of a town meeting for not taking this. So it wouldn't make sense to put any kind of sanction.
Well, there is a sort of a sanction in that their failure to attend one of these sessions would be public knowledge,
Yes,
and that could result in sanctioning at the ballot box.
Well, hopefully it would prevent. It would be more likely to get people to come and take the class.
Right.
What do you think, Mike, about? I just have two more questions. What do you think, Mike, about folks that already have deep knowledge? Maybe they've served on the advisory committee for 6 years, and now they're going into a 7th year, and sort of making them sit through something that they know really well, unless there's some major changes that they might want to be educated on. It wouldn't seem like a good use of their time, would it?
Honestly, no, it's not. That's a situation where I think we probably need to take another look at the wording of that and make sure that we're not overburdening people who are, by virtue of what they've done before, already familiar with the budgeting process. I will say that there have been people on the advisory committee whose familiarity with the budget process could have been better.
Sure.
Say that all 30 members are right up to snuff on that.
Last question. I'm looking at the part around this is 3.20.2 for folks that are also appointed to our boards and commissions. And it says for any board or commission that has or could reasonably be expected to have input in any matter affecting the financial situation of the town. Who's responsible for determining that? Is that us, or is it someone else that determines whether or not they should be in the denominator of folks that should be doing this training?
I think that's actually pretty well established. There is a rule that no one who serves on a committee that has a committee or commission that has any financial authority or impact on the town, potential impact on the town budget, can serve on the advisory committee at the same time as they're on that committee or commission. So, for example, I was on the transportation board before I joined the advisory committee. I had to leave the transportation board in order to join the advisory committee. So, commissions and boards that take some action related to the budget, even to the point of commenting on warrant articles that relate to the budget, would be involved in this, and members of boards and commissions that don't comment on those articles or don't have any authority would not.
Right. I would just say I would think it'd be helpful in the lead up to town meeting just to be explicit about which boards those are, so folks are clear. But that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Hey, let's see. I have a question, and I'm having trouble with my computer, so I can't get the exact language. But in it, you say elected, that this applies to town meeting members, the advisory committee, and elected and appointed officials appointed to any board or commission. So it seems to me that that's leaving out non-elected and non-appointed officials, meaning regular people in the town that are appointed to a board or commission. Was that intentional? I assume it wasn't, but shouldn't we sort of clean that language up a little bit?
I'm not sure that I agree that there's a problem there. I mean, either you're appointed or elected, and if you're neither, then you're not on the board or commission.
Well, we have plenty of residents who are neither appointed nor elected to anything, but who are members of boards and commissions.
How do they get to the board or commission if they're not appointed?
Well, that's not, I guess that's not how they're, I mean, yeah, they're appointed to the board or commission, but the way this reads, this doesn't read that way. Elected and appointed officials that are appointed to any board or commission.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is there's a redundancy in there. Okay.
Yeah.
We can.
And it's a minor fix, but I think, you know, it should be clarified.
Okay. Thank you.
Any, Mr. Van Scoyoc?
Just a question, and it's this: in the unthinkable event that this doesn't pass, what is your position on whether the select board should treat resolutions that have budgetary implications as polite suggestions but not mandates?
So, well, first of all, I would say I'm not at all sure that this will pass. Town meeting members have to put an obligation on themselves that they may or may not be willing to impose. So that remains to be seen. And with regard to resolutions, honestly, I'm torn. In some ways, I wish that many times I wish that the select board would listen to a resolution, read it, and say, "Thank you very much. See you later." On the other hand, they are an expression of town meeting and the will of town meeting, and we have to assume that they therefore represent a substantial slice of the population that is interested in town affairs. So I don't see how one can disregard them or treat them as a polite suggestion. You really do have to listen to them, unless they come across as being really pretty far out of bounds. And I would hope that we don't have very many resolutions to get through town meeting that meet that particular description.
Thank you for the answer.
Okay. Any further discussion from the select board? Okay, I guess we're opening it up to a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone waiting to speak?
Yes, at this time I'm promoting Deborah Brown to a panelist who'd like to give public comment. Deborah, when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Deborah Brown, town meeting member, precinct 1. I wholeheartedly endorse the warrant article. I think that kind of training is essential. And I think there should actually be refreshers. Anybody that works in the federal government, once you get above a certain range where you're actually responsible for money, there's there's a requirement that you actually get some training concerning the federal budget and how to manage money. What some of the day-to-day implications might be. So I think it's a great thing, and I think there should be a real push on the part of select board to make sure that it passes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other people in the queue?
At this time, there are 10 attendees present. No one has indicated using the Q&A or the hand raise feature that they'd like to make a comment at this time.
So if I may, I just would say that I have a little window open on my computer watching the debate, and Biden are rolling on the floor. Switched. So it's a pretty interesting scene.
Yes, it's a real slugfest. Couple of men fighting. Any rate, okay, so let's close this hearing, and thank you, Mr. Sandman, and let's move on to the next one. Let's see, Devin, is it warrant article 2 this next?
We're going to take 33, then 2.
Oh, 33, okay, I'm sorry.
And
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
why-
32, 2, and then 26, and then we move on to the next item. Okay, warrant article 33, which is resolution on the town school partnership. Who's speaking on that?
I guess I am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know I was up. So Deborah Brown, town meeting member, precinct 1. This, and you probably don't have the most recent version, but we've been meeting in the select board, not select board, advisory committee subcommittee hearings, and have discussed the warrant article. And what we ended up doing was really radically changing the language and using it as an opportunity to not only talk about the need for, identifying ways to include equity, budget equity in the budget process, but also to link it to the BFAC recommendations. So what we're proposing is that in order to do this, you have to really practice really sound financial, have to put in place sound financial practices and policies, and that as part of that, you fold in equity factors. So that's it in a nutshell.
Wear a mask, we can save half those numbers, just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all.
Okay, next.
Okay, I'm also a petitioner on this warrant article. It's David Lescoyer, town meeting member, precinct 11. Thank you for your time. Here we are so late. I was hoping to have a chance to watch the slugfest. Anyway, adding to what Deborah said, and first of all, hearing what Raul and John had said before, and what I've heard repeatedly tonight, about how it's a kind of, seems like a fixed sum game where if you take money from here, provide money there, you have to take it from here. And we've also heard that looking forward, the financial situation of the town is not assured. The gap between expected revenue and expected expenses is growing over time. Now, it was because of that the advisory committee voted a resolution asking the select board to appoint a Brookline Financial Advisory Committee and establish a charge for that committee. And the committee has delivered its report. I've had various opportunities to listen to presentations, and I remember David Kinzer more than once saying it's time for the town to level with the voters about what we're facing and what it's going to cost to provide the services that the residents of this town are accustomed to and expect and are counting on. And we're talking not only about everybody, we're talking particularly about the people who are in housing they can't afford and are facing food insecurity. These, yes, as it has been, these needs are not well addressed within the framework of the town's budget. So that's why we wanted to enter or promote or urge a discussion. And we chose the town school partnership as the topic because we saw that it is more than a formula. I mean, yes, there's a formula, but there's also a provision in the town school partnership that says that the partnership will provide collaborative planning framework that to jointly identify and develop planning agendas. And by meeting periodically throughout the year, the above mentioned participants, the schools and the select board and the staffs, will review progress toward these mutually agreed upon goals and try to anticipate and plan for changes that arise externally, such as federal, state legislation and demographic changes, technological changes, and economic changes, downturns, upturns. So we have already the beginning of something in the town that is supposed to be addressing this, but having attended some town school partnership meetings, it's mainly the formula at this point. And that's why the BFAC was recommending summits. We, as a town, can no longer be just going around in circles, cycling through our budget process, gathering up the recommendations of department heads and putting it together. An advisory committee goes through that. We need to look beyond the immediate situation into the broader situation. And it is probably true that we need to up our game. We need to level with the residents of this town about what's the situation. Well, first, town meeting members need to know the situation, and the training for that is excellent. But this resolution coming to town meeting, I think, is really the beginning of that training and that education. It's
You have 30 seconds.
I hope will provide an opportunity to begin this dialogue and discussion and make town meeting members aware of what we're facing. And certainly with COVID and all of that, it's exacerbated, but we shouldn't let our current emergency distract us from the overall picture. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next, anyone in the queue? Evan?
So Deborah and David are petitioners, so they were presenting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I have one question. Did the members of the select board receive the version that was voted unanimously by the school subcommittee of advisory?
If the petitioner did not send it to me, then no.
You don't have it. John, did you send it? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, David. No, I didn't get it.
Okay, we're not voting on this at this meeting, so we can receive it and factor that into our decision.
Okay, what would be the best way to get this into your hands?
Send it to Devin.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion from the select board? Okay, let's open it up for a public hearing. Devin, anyone wanting to speak?
At this time, there are 9 attendees. No one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate that they'd like to make a public comment.
Okay, in that case, I'll close the public hearing and see if the select board has anything else to add or any questions or comments. No? Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Warrant Article 2, which is collective bargaining.
I have promoted Anne Braga, Director of HR, and she'll be sharing her screen and
I'm
presenting.
going to start the discussion, Mr. Chair. First of all, I do want to remind the board or let you know that to date, the union has not ratified this agreement. So the board has approved it previously, but the union has not. And so, it's not an agreement that we can bring to town meeting until that happens. But I'm not exactly sure, what the time frame of that is. But the fact of the matter is the board did vote in executive session, and then later that evening indicated publicly that they had voted it. And I believe the memorandum of agreement is out there. So I happy to just make some general comments, and then Anne's around, we can ask questions. But this is a pretty straightforward agreement, although it's very significant, in my opinion. It's a one-year agreement. It goes back to fiscal year 2020, which was last year. It is an agreement for a 2.5% general wage increase for that 1 year. And I would say that, after many years of attempting to negotiate technology and accountability issues in the police department in this contract, we were able this year with this agreement to get the union's acceptance, subject to their approval, that the town's use of video and related technology, including body cams, would be allowed. Now, you have to understand that in Massachusetts, collective bargaining, and even especially in the police and fire unions, when you reach an agreement on something, or there's a management right to do something, you still have to bargain over some of the details and the impacts of that. And so that's the case here as well. But I think is very significant. And the language is that the union does waive the right to require the town to bargain over the decision to deploy body cameras, dash cameras, and GPS. I think that's very significant. Been around a long time knowing collective bargaining, and to get that first acceptance, which is really a management right, the union giving the management the right to do that, very significant. So that would include body cams, dashboard cams on the vehicles, and the use of geographic positioning systems in vehicles, GPS, otherwise known as. So that's really it, what I have to say. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And Ann is here as well to answer any of your questions.
Okay, any questions from the board?
So I think the biggest question that will face us is, when will we see body cameras on our police officers? And I guess, what is the next logical progression? Where are we in that progression?
Sure. Well, this agreement specifically requires it to be negotiated or discussed and the details negotiated in the next round of bargaining, which has already begun or is essentially begun. Got to get past this vote, but It's in the current status of negotiations. And I am not going to speculate or begin to talk about, town strategic decisions in collective bargaining, but it is intended to be bargained over the next year, which is the time frame for the next agreement.
But Mr. Clarkner, it's not the implementation of body worn cameras. It's the terms and conditions under which they will be used. Is that correct? I mean, we're not debating body cameras anymore. We're debating the regulations that will govern them.
Yeah, I'll read it very clearly. The
Not
union
debating, negotiating.
The union hereby waives its right to require the town to bargain over the decision to deploy body cams, dash cameras, and GPS, but reserves the right to bargain over the terms and conditions under which deployment shall take place as set forth above, which is that, well, it's the next bargaining round, which starts immediately.
Yeah.
If you'd like, I can share my screen with the language on it. That's helpful.
I think it would be helpful. I know it's not in our packet, and I know, Mel, you mentioned that it was out there. I'm wondering where members of the public will be able to find this later.
I think it's a problem that we haven't released it. Normally we really don't do that until the union ratifies, and I think in this case, I'm not sure. Usually it happens even before the board does that, but in this case we didn't. So, frankly, I think maybe we ought to put it off.
I'm sorry, put it what?
Put it off for a week.
You mean this warrant article?
In the public hearing, yes.
Yeah, okay. Anyone object to that?
No.
Okay. So we'll just move on and, move on to the next warrant article.
I don't believe there are any left, so.
Well, warrant article 26,
Oh, yes,
Transportation
yes.
Overlay District.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's going to be.
Well, that's been withdrawn, but Melissa.
Oh, it's
can
been
talk about
withdrawn.
that.
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I think she'll explain that. Yeah.
Okay.
Evening.
Hello.
Yes, so the petitioner for Article 26 indicated his intent to withdraw the article. So just putting it on the docket for the board to have a hearing so that they can take basically a no action vote at this time.
Okay. So any discussion of that from the board? Okay, then I move that we vote no action on warrant article 26. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that's one more.
Two down.
Two down today. Okay, so that's the end of the warrant articles to be discussed at public hearings. Next, warrant articles that may require further discussion and a possible vote. We have warrant articles, pardon me?
Well, I just wanted to give you a little bit of an intro. I don't have any update from the advisory committee. I don't believe that they've taken action on any of these articles. So what you have is the presentation that you received from the petitioners last week.
Okay. Are people ready to vote on these, or do you want to wait until we hear what the advisory committee wants? Any one of these?
I think,
What the advisory committee says.
I personally think it's very late. We always consider what the advisory committee says anyway. So if we spend time now, it's in essence time wasted.
Okay.
So that's
unless
my view.
anyone objects.
Maybe other people have a different view, but.
Does anyone have a different view? Okay,
Well, I guess I object. They were pretty straightforward. I don't think that they were all that controversial. So I'd rather get them off of our plate to save on the other end another meeting.
well, warrant article 16 is a little controversial. That's not straightforward. Election day signs, I agree, we should probably vote. And town clerk warrant articles, I mean, there is some, yes, there's some controversy about that.
Aren't we the petitioners?
We are. Don't we want to hear from the advisory committee? Well, I mean, look, no, that's a good point. We are the petitioners. We don't need to hear from the advisory committee. So why don't we vote on those three and save the recall of officials for another day? Is that
The compromise.
okay?
I think that would make Devin happy.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's do it in an omnibus fashion. Is that okay? I move favorable action on warrant article 17, election day signs, warrant article 19, town clerk change to an appointed position, and warrant article 20, town clerk amending the bylaw with respect to that. All in favor of those three warrant articles, favorable action, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, we got three more. Oh, Pierce School Building Committee. This should be fairly quick. This is just the submission to the MSBA of the most recent Pierce Building Committee membership list. Of course, you have new interim superintendent, new school board member, a new member of the select board. I mean, so we need to update that just to keep the MSBA happy. Any questions about that? The list was in the packet. No? Okay, I move approval of the Pierce School Building Committee membership list to be submitted to the MSBA. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, boards, commissions, meeting recordings. I think that's Mr. Fernandez. Do you want to talk about that or someone
Sure.
else?
Happy to. I wanted to start a conversation on this board, and I know it's I'm feeling the late hour as much as anybody else right now, but about our our meetings, even prior to COVID, were all live streamed, recorded, and available for people to watch afterwards. Our select board meetings, but for many of our board, commission, and committee meetings, that wasn't the case, and all those meetings you needed to be there in person to see what's going on. One of the things that we've seen, undeniably through embracing this Zoom technology after some fits and starts, is that we're seeing greater engagement by members of the public, and people do want to tune in, see what's going on, and also participate when it makes sense for them. We saw greater than I think ever participation in town meeting, and a lot more folks and myself. Same thing here. I'm able to pop into meetings to see what's going on and to learn more about the town and how it works. In some cases, we have boards that are live streaming their meetings, or at least just, in all cases, we provide the Zoom link for folks to watch live. But in many cases, what we don't have is those meetings being recorded. And for those folks, there's only so many hours in a day when we can be at meetings. And sometimes those meetings need to happen while other people are at work, engaging in childcare activities, or whatever it is. That what's happening on those boards is still very important to those folks, and they'd like to be able to watch later on. And so what I wanted to have is a discussion here about whether or not we think it's proper. The technology certainly exists. It's pretty easy. All you need to do on these meetings is literally hit record, is to be able to, require that these meetings be recorded unless there's some exceptional circumstance in which they shouldn't be. And to then make those recordings available to members of the public so that they can tune in or be able to go back and catch up on some meetings maybe that they missed of something that's of importance to them, whatever that is. So I just wanted to offer that up to the board for consideration.
Okay, so we're not going to vote or take any action here, but just start a discussion. I mean, one issue, of course, is where do you keep all these recordings? And I'm told that that's not an issue, which surprises me, but that's what I'm told. Second is how far down the food chain do we go with our recordings? I mean, it's one thing to record the meetings of various boards and commissions. On my policing reform committee, we have already 4 permanent subcommittees plus 2 temporary subcommittees. And I just don't see that is it's reasonable to expect all those subcommittee meetings to be recorded. As it stands, we have to take minutes and all that stuff. But you're not thinking of extending this to subcommittees and other bodies like that, are you?
Yeah, I guess I'd say any public meeting that's under that exists under OML. I mean, literally the burden is was it as Neil Gordon said earlier, modest. It simply requires the person leading the meeting to hit the record button.
Yeah. While we're using Zoom,
Right.
it's when we are off of Zoom and meeting in the basement of the health building, with 4 or 5 people, that becomes a problem. I mean, it's just not practical.
So I'll jump in. I think it doesn't need to be an all or nothing thing, and we're not at the point where we're doing anything, in person yet. So I think a good compromise would be to pick, 5 boards that tend to be the ones that people pay the most attention to. Transportation Board comes to mind. Public Health comes to mind. ZBA, Diversity and Inclusion, and I'm open to suggestions on anything else.
Okay. So I guess the question is, do we at this meeting declare or instruct them or direct them to record their meetings going forward, or do we have to go through a more formal process of setting up a vote? And I assume we do, but we need to put together a committee to actually look at this and identify the committees that we want to direct to record their meetings. What do you propose?
I do think it'd be helpful to hear from at least the chairs of those committees to see if there's something we might be missing by asking or requiring them to do that.
Okay, why don't we set up a sort of working group, 1 or 2 board members to reach out to the various commissions and boards and come up with a proposal. I think you want to work on that, Mr. Fernandez?
I'd be happy to, yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Hamilton, are you also volunteering?
Yes, I am. Put it on my tab.
Okay, so figure out what you want to do. Make sure you take minutes. Oh no, you're not a quorum, so you don't need to do that. Okay, figure it out. Okay, let's move on. Boards and commission appointments. Transportation Board, Mr. Kleckner, you're gonna walk us through this this part of the meeting.
I'm going to try.
Okay.
It's late, and I initially was thinking of doing it a different way, but at this point, I think I'm going to do it the simplest and quickest way. But let me first say that since I came here almost 10 years ago, I was advised that despite the fact that the select board operates under a bylaw that requires recorded votes, that the board was uncomfortable with voting certain committee appointments because people were volunteers, and voting no wasn't quite, I don't think people want to necessarily vote no for people who were volunteering for the town. So it was left to me to, call for these voice votes, and then I would kind of try to figure out how many votes there were. And I have to tell you, it's a very awkward process. And, it's not, especially given the discussions we've had this evening, it's not very transparent in my opinion. And so, and doesn't comply with the bylaw in my opinion. So I've been talking with the board chair and others about, changing that and making sure that these votes are more related to a roll call situation. So in this particular case, we have 2 vacancies or 2 terms that are 2 positions that are available. It includes 1 member who wants to be reappointed, and then it's one other vacancy. And there are 5 individuals, including the member who wants to be reappointed. So, quite honestly, what I'd like to do is just call the roll and ask the board members who their top 2 choices are to fill these vacancies or to fill the slots. People comfortable with that?
Yeah.
So just to refresh your memory, and I'll try to do them in alphabetical order if I can figure that out quickly. But we have Anthony Flint, Emily Jacobson, Nancy Moore, who is the incumbent, Rebecca Salguero Palacios, and Leonard Holy. Those are the 5 applicants for these 2 slots. So I guess I'm just going to go in the order I have you all listed here, no particular order. So I'm going to call on Select Board Member Green first.
Nancy Moore and Leonard Woolley.
Thank you. Select Board Member Fernandez.
Thank you. I'd say Leonard Woolley and Emily Jacobson.
Select Board Member Heller.
Does she know her mic is off?
I don't know.
Ms. Heller?
I'm sorry. I'm talking and Nancy Moore and Rebecca Salguera Palacios. I'm sure I butchered her name, but you got the idea.
Select Board Member Hamilton.
Len Holy and Nancy Moore.
And Select Board Member Van Scoyac.
Nancy Moore and Len Holy.
So in that case, it's Ms. Moore has been reappointed, and Mr. Holy will be the new member on the Transportation Board. Thank you for your cooperation on that.
Mel and other board members, may I just take a minute to say something in reflecting on this process? And I promise it'll be a minute and no more, and no more. No, I just want to say that some very, very qualified applicants came forward for these positions. And I do hope those who were not appointed tonight will seriously consider coming back for future openings on this transportation board. We are very privileged to have had these applicants. The other thing I want to say is that, you know, I'm still early in my experience on this board, and this was my first kind of intensive experience of speaking to people in depth over some appointments to one of the more crucial boards in the town. And what emerged from those discussions is I do hope that not just these appointees, but the board as a whole, the transportation board as a whole, going forward will be sure to adhere to a vision of Brookline's future, and a vision that looks at multimodal transportation as being essential. And Len Holy, I'll give him credit for this particular phrase, look at bicyclists not as bicyclists, but as persons on bicycles, humans on bicycles. See the human being. And this applies as well to other forms of transportation. See the person, see the need, and find the way that accommodates the needs of all of the people who use our streets and sidewalks and public spaces, and do it in a way that maximizes safety for all of those people, respecting that all of them should have access and need access. And the Transportation Board has the sometimes very difficult decision to make on how to provide that access. Thank you for giving me the time to say that.
The final committee and final matter on your agenda is the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. And there is a memo in your packet from Ms. Bruton, the Economic Development Director, who on behalf of board member John Van Scoyac is proposing a slate, which you have in front of you. I can read it if you want.
Yeah, why don't we read off the names just for the public record?
This would be John Van Scoyac as chair, Rachna Balakrishna, Deborah Brown, James Carr, Wendy Friedman, Joe Godino, Wendy Mackmuller, Tom Nally, and Carlos Ruduejo.
Okay, I move approval of the slate of members for the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. All in favor? Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And with that vote, we can go to the fight.
It's unanimous. Let's go.
Okay, meeting's over.
Meeting's over.
What, the fight? No, the fight's still going on.
Yeah, it's just getting good. See you later.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.